Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, my friends. And thank you so much for coming to spend your Thursday, June 20th with me, 2024. Today is day, I don't even know what day it is, day 28. Day 28 of the trial that never ends, the Karen Reed trial. I'm hearing that the defense may be starting their case either Friday, tomorrow, or Monday. So we're going to have to see what they get up to today. We still haven't heard from the medical examiners and some other people. I don't know if I wonder if is the defense going to call Lucky? I don't think they are. I mean, the prosecution, the Commonwealth. It's early, my friends. I got up this morning early for a change. And my good friend, Oblivious Benson. Do you guys know Oblivious Benson? Oblivious Benson called into my show one time. I was doing a show on Lisk. And I did like a thing where anybody who wanted to call in and chat with me could call in and come on StreamYard. She called in, like out of the blue. She has since started her own YouTube channel. She is a genius when it comes to OSINT and finding things on the internet on the Wayback Machine. And she found some really amazing stuff on the Long Island SK. We have since become good friends. She's also a stand-up comedian, but she's up to like 4,000 subscribers on YouTube. And she was up this morning live at 3 a.m. her time to 5 a.m. So I was up at 7. I was sitting outside drinking tea, and I got in the chat over there, and Duty Ron was in there too, and we had the greatest time. It was fun. There was like maybe 95 people in there. There were some moderators from Vinnie Politan's channel. We had such a great time. She does enjoy the cursey words, and she's all over the place. So there was like 17 conversations going on at once about different topics, and she knows so much, and it's so fun. So if you are not subscribed to Oblivious Benson, go do that. She's really, really awesome, and she's genius. And she spends her spare time, although she probably doesn't have much of it, helping families who have missing relatives, cold cases. So if you need that kind of assistance, she's your girl. Oblivious Benson, just like it is spelled. So good morning, everyone. For those, did you guys watch me on Baker last night? Broken Baker? It was a great show. Thanks, Lori, for gifting 10 memberships to start off the morning with the generosity. I love that. I love you. You're so sweet and so generous every single day. Luxembourg back in the house. Hi, y'all. Hi, Sandra. Thank you for your super chat. Good morning, Tiffany. The mods, if you have an iPhone, becoming a member is difficult. There's like a weird link you got to use. The mods can drop it in the chat. Otherwise, if you're on a desktop, there should be a subscribe button. There's also a way to subscribe in the channel description, and you can find that easily. Being a member is a monthly thing that YouTube set up, but subscribing is free. So hit the subscribe button, hit the like button before we're here. Yeah, so last night I did a show with Broken Baker. He's a gentleman who I guess used to be a baker in Denmark, and he has been covering the Karen Reed trial for a very long time, the Karen Reed case. And so last night he had, I was on with Brandy Churchwell and Runkle of the Bailey and Mike Crawford from Young Jerks and Valhalla, who is a gentleman that I had never met before. I had never met actually Runkle or Mike from Young Jerks either. And it was a great conversation. There were 6 of us. We talked for about 2 hours. Thank you. You liked it? You guys liked it? Hi, Melly. Hi, Melly. Melly is a moderator over on Vinnie Politan's private YouTube channel. And Melly, after I got off Runkle last night, I went over there to see what was happening. Because, I don't know, Vinny's like going back and forth. So that chat was rough. I give you a lot of credit for being able to moderate over there, because I think he's a lot more tolerant than I am when it comes to the chatters and what they can say and what they can't say. Oops. And it's rough over there, girl. I give you lots of cred. Although my moderators are the best on YouTube, and we don't tolerate the trash talk, the bullying, the nastiness. We like to keep it clean because we have, yeah, it was. We have a lot of viewers who like to watch my show with their children in the room. And so we don't want them to have to put on the earmuffs. And so we try and keep it clean over here. Not because I don't use the words in real life, but just because this is the way it is. It's clean over here. And we have people who like to watch it work and they don't want their customers or their coworkers hearing F-bombs all morning. So it kind of stuck. And Team Brittany, thank you for putting up the guidelines. She calls them the rules, but I'll say guidelines. We keep it clean, classy, on topic. There's a lot of things YouTube doesn't like. And so we have to kind of play by their rules, unfortunately. Like there's weird things that will trigger demonetization on YouTube. And nothing worse than sitting here for 8 hours of coverage and then getting a yellow dollar sign and then waiting 3 days for them to overturn it after you have like 60,000 views. It's crazy. Oh, Gen X Granny. Thank you. Thank you. Gen X Granny is also a moderator over there on Vinny's channel. You should have seen the 100+ comments we deleted. Nope, you don't want it. I mean, what is it? What is it about this case that brings out the worst in so many people? And it's not just like they're disagreeing with your opinion. It's like they're attacking you personally. I don't get it. I don't get it. I mean, like Johnny Depp, Amber Heard, like they were celebrities, right? So I think a lot of people were like stans of Johnny Depp. And so they were a little bit nutso about it because maybe they thought they had a shot with Johnny or they just love Johnny. But this is like, there's no celebrities involved in this trial here. You know, in my opinion, this is a woman who's being railroaded. And I initially, like so many of you, when I first heard about this story in the news, thought, what a tragic accident. They were out drinking. She drops him off. She left. She backs into him, and it was an accident because the media said that investigators told them there was ring camera footage of the incident. And so many of us saw that initially and we're like, oh, wow, that's terrible. What a tragic accident. And then the more time went on and the more I learned about it and the more documents I was able to get and the more pre-trial motions we covered together and hearings that we covered together, it just became apparent to me that something's rotten in Denmark. There's a little homage to Baker. Broken Baker. It is very personal. What is with that? You can't have an opinion. You can't have a. It's crazy. I mean, look, I'm not even YouTube for a year. What's today? June 26th will be the 1-year anniversary of the first video I posted on Kevin Costner's divorce. I'm still here. But I never covered a trial gavel to gavel until now. And this is like crazy. Sometimes, Terry, sometimes the chat can affect it. That's why we have to be strict here. For example, that nickname of Yuri is a word that I will not allow. I blocked it. So if you try to type it in there, it might not even come up, even all the misspellings. Because apparently it's a dirty word. I didn't know. Don't Google it because you probably don't want to know either. Thanks, Emmy Lennon, for coming in here with the 20. Thank you for your info. Knew nothing about law or sites like yours, which are so helpful. This case has shown a light on the Canton PD and state police and so much more. Karen stands for so many. Pray the judge lets in the truth. Yeah, she's supposed to rule today on whether Dr. Russell and both Dr. Goodhairs are able to. Well, I mean, we knew that the FBI accident reconstructionists were coming in because she really just wanted to voir dire them on who did what with regard to their investigation. And I think she got that out of them. So I think they're totally fine. But she wants to preclude Dr. Russell's testimony because of the late exchange of her as an expert. And I disagree with that. I think if we want to find the truth here, we want to have a fair trial, we need to let the defendant defend herself, right? And Mr. Lally can certainly question Dr. Russell and her credentials and her testimony and her conclusions and her opinions. And that's what he's supposed to do, cross-examine her. And I mean, speaking of Vinny, and I love Vinny. Look, I am a Vinny fangirl from way back. For 30 years, I've been watching Vinny on Court TV since he was covering the OJ trial. But he said something yesterday on his show about not thinking that Dr. Marie Russell was credible. He's like, that would be a big mistake for them to call her. And I was like, what? I had to rewind it and listen to it a couple of times. I'm like, she's the most credible person in this trial so far. She's got incredible credentials. huge, very long career, tons of degrees. She's worked at the medical examiner's office at like LA County Hospital, like a rough hospital. She's published peer-reviewed articles on dog bites specifically. And she reached out to a friend at the LA District Attorney's office who she was talking to on another case and said, listen, I saw a headline in the Boston Globe about this Karen Reed trial, and there seems to be some question about whether some injuries are dog bites, and I think maybe I can help. So that DA reached out to Alan Jackson, who reached out to her. And there's nothing wrong with that, by the way. And people are saying, oh, she just wants to be on TV. She just wants her 15 minutes of fame. She just wants to be involved in this case. I'm like, she's too old to care about that. And is there a chance that maybe she's just interested in justice here and maybe outraged along with the rest of us? And even the judge said something like that, like, oh, it seemed clear from her voir dire that she wanted to insert herself into this case or something like that. And I'm like, look, no person who doesn't have the thickest skin in the world wants to get involved in this case, especially on the case of, maybe Karen Reed didn't do this. Maybe she's being railroaded. Maybe she's, some people are trying to, put a woman in jail for life who may or may not have been involved in something else that happened to John O'Keefe, Officer John O'Keefe, by the way. I mean, is that so hard to believe? Does it strain credulity to think that there may be a woman out there with a long and storied history and expertise in this specific area who said, you know what? Somebody's got to do something. Somebody's got to speak up. In her opinion, those injuries to John O'Keefe's right arm were clearly the result of a large breed dog attack, she said. She's got the credentials and the experience to back it up. So who knows what kind of mood Judge Bev is going to be in today, or Beverly. I'm just going to call her Beverly from now on. Judge Beverly is going to be in today. But she may limit her testimony, Dr. Russell, but she can't just outright preclude her, in my opinion, because they just found out about her. And as soon as they found out about her, they exchanged her information. Thank you, Solomon Landscaping, for the early morning 10. Thank you to you and your moderators for being the best on YouTube. Thank you. Thank you for watching. Thank you for watching. Leandra, you are so correct. Hello to your dad and all his friends who are watching. Some people lack the ability to think critically and or logically without emotion. Pops called me ranting and wanted you to know he is an old man outraged. Right? He's retired law enforcement, your dad? The world is watching. The world is watching, you guys, and the world is outraged too, except for a handful of people who want to convict Karen Reed based on her facial expressions. And those text messages to me, Trooper Guarino is going to be back on the stand today. And maybe there are some more text messages that we're going to hear about. Allegedly, there's some voicemails they're going to play from Karen that, are supposed to put us into shock and horror. But we talked about it, and I saw, it escalating, and the fact that he called her wanting a ride, and he had been mean to her all day and wouldn't return her calls and wouldn't talk to her and wouldn't let her try and make up with him. And then when he needs her to come pick him up, he's like, oh, come pick me up. She's not feeling well. And then he wants to go to the after party. I could see how she would be mad. And then he doesn't text her back. I mean, and I think there are 9 women on the jury who may be able to relate to it too. So I don't think it's going to be this smoking gun. Had a Tangerine, thank you for super chat. The media and leaks from prosecutions skewed opinion big time in the beginning. Glad so many are seeing the justice system doing what it's supposed to. Yeah, and how about your district attorney over there, Michael Marcy? How about him getting out there and putting out a whole, Karen Reed is guilty hostage video? Colin Albert was never in the house. David Unetti said during one of the pretrial hearings, or one of the motion hearings, that what is going on? They have this new format on YouTube. Did you guys see this new format? I hate it. I hate it. I can't get rid of the chat. This won't full screen for me. No, go away. If anybody knows how to get it back to the old format, please tell me. I don't like it. That was a big problem. David Unetti said that there are law professors out there who are showing their classes that video of Michael Marcy's little speech that he gave and teaching them that this is how a DA is not supposed to behave. This is the lesson on what not to do as a district attorney. It's crazy. Sharing Sharon sent me a cool picture of Sharing Sharon is the president of our Rage Crochet Club. For those of you who are interested in joining, send me a picture of some cute little gifts that she made for somebody. This is when my ex wasn't answering. All sorts of stories went through my head. Angry texts and calls, and I was sober. Right. Right. Ladies, how many of you can relate? Men too. Men are not immune from behaving erratically when they feel like they're being ignored, I don't think, right? You tell me. All about crime, it's political and pride for the DA. I think so. I think you're right. Because if he would grow a pair, he would just come in after this shonda of a trial and dismiss the charges, but he's not doing it. I have a feeling this runs way, way deeper than this case, way deeper. Because so many people with so many personal attacks, there's something else at play here. And I just don't know what it is. Miss Marple, Rage Crochet underway here. May the meeting of the Rage Crochet Club commence. You guys are going to be, by the end of today, you might have crocheted an Afghan or two, king size. King size. Oh, let me plug something real quick. I have a friend. Her name is Jennifer Esposito. You remember her from Blue Bloods. She was on Blue Bloods for a long time. She made a movie. She made a movie about Staten Island, about women who grow up in crime families. And she was very passionate. She wanted to make this movie for about 20 years, and nobody would back her because she was a woman. She's very open about this. And so she finally mortgaged her house, got this movie made. It has won some awards at film festivals, but she can't get a wide theatrical release because, she's a woman. There's no huge stars in it. The movie is called Fresh Kills, and it's out right now in AMC theaters, certain select theaters. Please go see it. Give this independent little movie a chance. It's incredible. Edgewood gal came from crime family. Go look, check it out. Check Fandango for the theater times near you. It's called Fresh Kills. And then come back and let me know what you think about it. Give me a review. We got to support other women. Yes, Alyssa. It may only be in certain cities. I'm not sure exactly, but Fresh Kills, as you know, is on Staten Island, right? Those of you who know. The Beantown Breaker, thank you for the 5. Do you think the judge, once the Commonwealth arrests, will toss the case, or can she, based on no evidence that shows Karen used the vehicle to kill Jay? Okay, well, I think she's going to let it go to a jury because I think the jury is the finder of fact in every criminal trial in the United States. And the jury is going to have to weigh the evidence. And I think she's going to leave it to them to make a decision. At the end of the prosecution's case, it is common in every single case for the defense to make a motion for a directed verdict based on lack of evidence, and that no reasonable juror could find their client guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. But in this case, I don't think she's going to do it. If there ever was a case to do it, this might be the case. But look, she didn't recuse herself. We went through that motion. She did not dismiss the indictment based on all of the shenanigans that went on during the state grand jury. She did not grant the motion to disqualify the district attorney's office from this case for inserting himself into it. So, you think she's going to dismiss this case? I don't think so. But they're going to try. Kamala Norris, good morning. The CW has an odor of mendacity, in my opinion. Thank you. Hannah Tangerine, love this chat the best. Thank you, Hannah. My mods work tirelessly to make it happen for you. So I am glad that you appreciate it and you appreciate them. Colleen St. Ange, thank you so much for the $20 super sticker. You are so kind and generous. Oh, speaking of songs, I attached the playlist it's pinned to the chat. We have a Spotify playlist mixtape for this trial and this trial only. It's all the songs that we have thought of during the testimony so far, and we keep adding to it every day. This morning, I added watching the detectives. Elvis Costello just came into my head when I was over in Oblivious Benson's chat. Double Travel 247, thank you for the 10. She saw the Globe story on May 16th about no dog DNA being found and knew it was BS. So she told a friend. That friend knew AJ, and by May 17th, they were in contact. Yeah, you're talking about Dr. Russell, right? Mm-hmm. Like, here's some audio in the front room. You're the best, mommy. Thanks, Jay. Thank you for watching from Canada.
You may be seated.
May I call the case, Your Honor?
Yes, please.
For the record, before the court is Commonwealth versus Karen Reed, 2282 CR 00117. The parties are present. The jury is not present. The counsel has asked to see Judge Cannoni.
Okay. Did you want to see me at sidebar?
I did, we can do it sidebar or an open court. It's up to the court.
Why don't I see you up here and see?
For those of you who don't follow Auntie Deb on YouTube, go do it. He is, I'm going to say he's a comedian. And he does videos of every character in this trial, and he's hilarious. And there are some videos of him playing the court reporter, and he's got like a CPAP machine on during one take. He's got, oh, it's hilarious. So funny, because we all need a laugh. Hi, Spetty Ross. I love Jennifer Esposito. What's the name of the film? It's called Fresh Kills. And it's based on a Staten Island mob family and the women in that family, loyalty, and it's really good. Woohoo! Oblivious Benson says, tell her to come to Texas or let me put her in touch with the people at Alamo Draft House. Who? Woo. Jennifer Esposito? Mm-hmm. Scott, she did. She paid for it herself because she couldn't find any backers in Hollywood to back her. Even though she's got a ton of famous friends, nobody would help her. And so I want to help her. And I want to tell everyone to go see the film, because the more people that go see the film, the more theaters it will get into. And she deserves it. She's one of the hardest working women in Hollywood. And she's a beautiful person, and she's so kind. And she suffers from some chronic illnesses that she's been very open about. Her name's Jennifer Esposito. We're talking about her new movie, Fresh Kills, which has a limited release at a lot of AMC theaters. Check Fandango, go see it. Report back to me on your thoughts, please. Awesome. I know. You know, so many people are like, I hate the movies. I love going to the movies, especially now that they have recliners. And especially now that the theaters are empty. And AMC, you can even get a burger delivered to your seat. And let me tell you something. They have really good burgers at AMC. You heard it here first. This thing vibrating is going to make me crazy. Good morning, Fairy Raven, all the way to Ireland. Millie, I want to start a rage sanding club. I sculpt and upcycle furniture, and it really helps. Oh, Fairy Raven, talk to me. You know what I'm so into right now is lacquered furniture. I follow somebody on Instagram that like takes old furniture and lacquers it with like really shiny, like pink paint, orange paint, Tiffany blue paint, and I love it. I'm here for it. I spray paint a lot of stuff. I spray paint like all my old outdoor furniture in like pinks and blues and greens, and it really looks like a real tropical paradise out there in the backyard. I turn this thing off. It's going to bother me. All right, I'll figure it out. Good morning to Karen. I hope she's feeling well today. Thanks, Fairy Raven, for the super chat. Bruni Saint, thanks for the super chat. Good people don't like to see innocent people jailed falsely. Yes. Yes. That's why they want to silence us. Thanks for coming in from down under. Beach Lover, how costly is Karen Reed's defense? Case is scary. I don't know. I can imagine. It's got to be well over $1 million by now. Lawyers charge by the hour, and they bill on the 10th of the hour. So every 6 minutes, you're getting a bill based on 1/10 your hourly rate. I mean, it's expensive. And this, with all of the experts and how long this trial is, and the fact that Alan Jackson's team is in from California and they have to be housed and fed. And I mean, it's just, I can't even imagine. I can't even put a number on it. If anybody has any idea what the number is, let me know. So he was in court today. Okay, these are Karen's parents, front row. Karen's bestie and her husband. I don't know who anybody else is on that side. Erin and Paul O'Keefe. Mrs. O'Keefe, John's mom. Mr. O'Keefe has not been in the courtroom, right, in a while. Michael Faraday, thank you so much for coming in with the 5. I've sat through hundreds of trials, but this is the only one that has made me sick to my stomach with obvious corruption. I hope Karen Reed can find justice. I do too. And like, what does justice look like in her case, right? I don't know if the actual people responsible for Officer O'Keefe's death are ever going to be brought to justice. Person. Could have been an accident. It could have been an accident where he got out of the car, went inside, went through the back gate to take a leak, which a lot of people think happened. The dog was out there. Maybe the dog got a hold of him. Maybe he slipped and fell and smashed his head open around the pool. But then how did he get into the front yard? And then why try and blame Karen Reed for it if there's nothing nefarious about it? The whole thing is sus AF, and you guys know it. You guys know it. You've watched it. Angel Fire, thanks for being a member for 2 months. Who hasn't sent those drunk tests? Knowing those women wanted him. They all wanted him. They were all hot for him. And they all hated her because she had him. And he could no longer give them the kind of attention they were used to from him, in my opinion. BK Dangles, thanks for the 5. District is worried because the actions of Proctor and others will toss a lot of other cases. A lot. Lindsay Clancy, Brian Walsh. I've been saying this for a long time. They got to be careful. They got to be careful trying to discredit Celebrate data because it's the gold standard of cell phone extractions. And when that guy came in, when Ian Whiffen came in the other day, who apparently is still employed by Celebrate, by the way, and said, well, we realized, meaning we Celebrate, that our timestamps could be wildly inaccurate. And so we stopped putting timestamps on our data. Like, dude, what? Celebrate stock was down. I think when we first, that day, we looked it up and it was trading at $12.21 a share. And we said, wouldn't it be funny if it went to $12.20? Because that's the time that Colin left the house. But they can't say in the Karen Reed case that Google search timestamps are not accurate and then turn around and say in the Brian Walsh case, which is a horrific case, that all of his Google searches are accurate. And it's being tried in the same county, right here in Norfolk Superior. Brian Walsh's attorney, Kevin Reddington, right? Don't let me get this wrong again. Brian Walsh's attorney has been in the courtroom, let's just say. Kevin Reddington, I know, is Jen McCabe's lawyer also. Mama Force 57 Rose, thanks for the super sticker. I'm just a girl in the world, says the Spotify playlist is fire. I have it on repeat. I listen to it every morning when I'm getting ready for the show. Thanks for watching. And I think the opener on the playlist is great too. Who's Afraid of Little Old Me? And one of my viewers took that and ran with it and made a TikTok with a whole montage of moments from this trial and Karen. And it was really amazing. I can't play it on this channel because they will strike me on the music portion of it. I'll try and find it. I think I posted it in the comments on the video that we talked about it. Leah, did you see Marcy's letters to the feds and vice versa? Oh yes, Leah. We did a whole stream on that. It's in the Karen Reed playlist. It's called something like Federal Letters Released. Oh, he was frightened. He was scared. He wanted to know what the feds knew because people started getting subpoenas to come testify in front of the federal grand jury. He wanted to know what they knew. Leandra just got tickets for this afternoon. Love Necessity. Oh, good. Good. Leandra, will you report back and tell me how it is? Yay. Thank you. Thank you for supporting other women. It's so important, especially in Hollywood. Two-Tined Fork became a new member. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Vet Girl. RWB, thank you for the 10. Good morning. No one has mentioned Jen McCabe's 911 call. We turned him over, meaning Officer O'Keefe was actually found on his stomach. I don't know. It was hard to hear, but I think a lot of people did hear that. Yeah, I think she said something like we flipped him over, but she never went over to his body, did she? Wasn't it only Carrie Roberts and Karen that went over and tried to do the life-saving measures? I don't think Jen McCabe, who called to say that the man passed out in the snow, I don't think she touched the body. I don't even think she even went over there. She certainly wasn't hysterical, to use that horrible word that they use all the time to describe Karen, about the passing of her dear friend of 10 years, this man that they loved. But, according to her husband, she's really the one you go to when there's a lot of pressure because she can handle it so well. Yeah, I don't know why. I don't know why. Listen, closings are going to tie everything together. There's so many inconsistent statements, inconsistent witnesses. See how involved Karen is with her own defense? Like, she's constantly, when I was in the courtroom last Friday, typing, passing notes, taking notes, whispering to her attorneys with ideas for questions, it seems. Kamala Norris, thank you for the 5. Why would Officer John O'Keefe, a trained law enforcement officer, just stand there while a vehicle is coming at him at 24 miles an hour? It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. So many people have pointed out to me about the key cycles, and this is important. And so many other people have done deep dives into it that I don't feel that I need to. But keep in mind the key cycle thing. So many people have pointed out that the key cycle, before they started testing the vehicle, the numbered key cycle would have been when the tow truck driver was backing Karen's Lexus out of her parents' driveway in Dighton to get onto the flatbed, and you can see how much snow there is, and you could see the wheels are spinning, and that just may have been 60 feet. And if the wheels are spinning because they're in snow and trying to get traction, that could make the speedometer go to 24 miles an hour, right? I don't know. Ian Whiffen was a guy who invented his own software. It was like an infomercial for his own software. He's got 600 worldwide users, and he gives it away for free. And he's trying to tell this jury and us, the world, that his software is better than Celebrite because Celebrite is wildly inaccurate. I wonder if he still works there. Heather James, thanks for the 5. New subscriber, love this channel. No fresh kills showing near me. Oh, I'm sorry. But I volunteer to help start a Rage refinishing furniture club. Let's do it. Awesome. I love that for you guys. Whatever helps you. Anybody know about Rage rooms? Rage rooms are all the rage now. So you can pay to go to a Rage room for an hour. And there's all kinds of things in there that you can just go in and break. I think they give you like a sledgehammer. There's a bunch of old TVs, computers. It depends on what you want to break, how much it costs, but look it up. If you want to go into a Rage room near you and smash things for an hour, they give you protective gear, like a face mask. Sounds like a lot of fun. I haven't been, but I think it might be in order soon. Might be something to go do. Veronica Silva, thank you for the 10. A little boy lollipop wants to question the experts' purchasing of the Boston Globe, but wants us to swallow butt dials. They're responding to butt dials. Yeah. That was comedy gold coming from him. The way he said it was laughable. It was laughable. A lot of things have been laughable, but in my opinion, it has not been the defense in this case. To innocent deletions, to innocent destruction of phones. Yeah. Imagine 2 percipient witnesses in this case destroying their cell phones on the same day, which happens to be one day before they are served with the preservation order to not destroy their cell phones. The jury is not stupid, okay? They are very engaged in this case. They seem to be very intelligent. I've heard people talk about the makeup of the jury. I didn't watch jury selection, but there seems to be some highly educated people on the jury, including at least one engineer, I think one lawyer, I think someone in the medical profession. So nobody's pulling a snow job on them. And really, that's what this whole trial has been so far. And this investigation has been one big snow job. And maybe that's why Lally keeps talking about the snow. What say you? Beach lover, thank you. Love your coverage. Been with you since Maya. This shows how sadly many can't afford to defend themselves and probably just plead. Cops know that. I think they thought this case would go away.
All right, so
But then they upcharged her. YouTube's been having a lot of issues lately, Margaret.
so moving on to the voir dire motion the other day. or voir dire hearing in response to the Commonwealth's renewed motion for reciprocal discovery and motion to exclude defendant's expert, Dr. Marie Russell. So the Commonwealth was alleging violations of Rule 14's reciprocal discovery requirement, and the Commonwealth asked for exclusion of Dr. Russell. I did find and do find that there was a violation of the reciprocal discovery obligations of the defendants. I was looking for a remedy. You called it a sanction, Mr. Jackson, but I called it a remedy. And I did tell counsel, as you know, at sidebar a couple of times, at least last week, that I did not want to exclude the testimony if I did not have to. So we had the voir dire, and I'm satisfied that the voir dire provided the Commonwealth the information that the defense should have provided the Commonwealth. So I am going to allow Dr. Russell to testify, but her testimony is very limited, and I think you even sort of acknowledged it the other day, Mr. Jackson. So she'll be allowed only to opine whether or not the marks on John O'Keefe's arm were the result of an animal attack. I find that she is a medical doctor. She's an experienced ER doctor, albeit, several years ago since she's worked in that capacity, but that she does have specialized knowledge in that field that may assist the jury in this regard. But she can't testify as an expert on police activity. There'll be none of that. And she will not be able to testify as to what the injuries are inconsistent with. She cannot testify that they're inconsistent with having been struck by a vehicle, road rash, scratches from broken glass, or taillight matter, or anything else. So that's beyond the scope of which she can testify. The second part of
Good, we'll take it. You know why? Because they have Dr. Frank Sheridan, who's a highly regarded, renowned medical examiner from California that's going to come in and testify it's not consistent with a car accident. So that's all we needed was dog bites. Thank you, Judge.
the Commonwealth's motion, Commonwealth argued that they were not provided reciprocal discovery regarding the biomechanical engineers and others, but specifically ARCCA, Dr. Wolf, and Dr. Rentschler. And I do find, though I understand why the defense didn't respond, but it is a violation of Rule 14. So we had this voir dire. The Commonwealth was looking to see what each person did, their independent opinion, what their testimony would be, and whether they were qualified to render the opinions that they qualified. So from what I heard the other day, Dr. Wolf can testify to what his involvement. Dr. Rentschler, though, I have some concerns. It's clear to me that in Massachusetts, biomechanical engineers are not qualified to testify as to medical causation of an injury. Only an MD can do that. So I'm going to reserve ruling on the rest of his testimony. There are certain things he can testify, and I'll hear you again before he testifies next week. Let's just proceed with the trial today. So,
Yes, sir.
okay, so those are my rulings. Are they clear, Mr. Jackson? Are they clear, Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, so are they ready to come in? Thank you.
Okay, good morning. Good morning for those of you who are just joining, all 6,601 of you. Please hit the like button. It really helps the algorithm. That would be great. A big win today for the defense, big win. Dr. Marie Russell is going to be allowed to come in and testify and give her opinions as to the cause of Officer John O'Keefe's right arm injuries. She is allowed to testify that she believes that they are consistent with an animal attack or a dog attack. She will not be allowed to testify about the other injuries and whether or not they're related to a car accident, but that's fine. We don't need that. Secondly, Dr. Wolf will be allowed to testify with regard to the vehicle damage and whether that's consistent with a pedestrian strike. And she's reserving a ruling on Dr. Rentschler because in Massachusetts, biomechanical engineers are not qualified to give medical opinions. I think that based on all of the hundreds, if not thousands, of motor vehicle accident reconstructions that he has participated in, he may be able to squeak in some testimony about what injuries are typical to see in a motor vehicle accident versus pedestrian versus car motor vehicle accident. So win, win, win. two incredible experts with hair and one incredible woman who decided to reach out and speak up for justice. I love it. Dr. Russell is my hero.
We'll just go right into it. Thank
Alive,
you.
jurors entering.
Yeah, that you're right. Why are the police allowed to talk about the injuries and how they think they were caused? You're right. I mean, that's going to come up, and I think she's going to have to reverse herself on that. She did say she was going to reserve decision, so we'll see. Yeah, I'm sure that Dr. Rensler has seen many, many more pedestrian knockdown cases than Trooper Paul.
Yay. All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, and for the County of Norfolk. Do I dare give the attendance, you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
Average Joe, I think you're
Good
wrong.
morning again, counsel, and Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. So we appreciate that you were patient, that we got a lot of work done this morning before you came out. It's cool in here now, as long as you're away from the sun from the windows, it should be fine.
It's only
The
9:28,
county has
Bev.
done a really terrific job of making sure that they got this building nice and cool for us today. So I appreciate what the county's done as well. I do have to ask you those 3 questions.
We don't need to hear the 3 questions. We're going to fast forward. Average Joe says she will not allow 99% of Dr. Russell's answers. I bet on that. I hope I'm wrong. I think you're wrong. Her testimony is limited to the dog attack injuries to the right arm, and I think that they'll stay within those boundaries, and I think it's going to be fine.
Good morning.
Here's the guy who said K me on the stand the other day. We have to say K because YouTube doesn't like that any promotion of self deletion. So
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
there's that.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Taking you back to the other day, I have been showing you, so you had testified about some extraction reports that you had conducted from the various forensic extractions that you had done pertaining to both the defendant's phone and Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Deep breaths, everyone. Deep breaths. See if we can get to real time.
Okay. You recognize that, sir?
Yes, it's
What do you recognize that to be?
Karen Reed's phone call logs.
And that's specifically from January 28th and January 29th, is that correct?
Yes, it starts the 28th at 12:33 to, I'm sorry, the 29th at 12:33 to 3:19 p.m. on the 29th.
And just for ease of reference, does it sort of go in descending order as far as the earlier calls are on the last page and then the more recent calls are on the first page?
Yes, that's correct.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm also introducing them as an exhibit. May we approach, please?
Okay.
Hi, Snowcat Dish. Good morning. Says apparently state troopers are allowed to opine about medical situations. I think the judge felt like she had to sanction them somewhat for the late disclosure. And it's okay. We'll take that because there are other medical witnesses, experts that the defense is going to call to talk about that. So we'll take the win. We'll take the W. And start the day off in a good way, everyone. Deep breaths. RC11 says Mustang Sally or Sally that girl. 2 live crew because the Sally Port should have its own song. Yes. Yes, thank you. Thanks for the super chat. I'm just a girl in the world. Thanks again for your super chat. I'm still chuckling over you referring to Whiffen as a focus group guy. Yeah, kind of like he was, right? You have a problem with your MacBook, you call Apple to walk you through why you have a black screen. I feel like that's his job at Celebrate. Right? He's like, oh yes, I listen to customers' concerns and then I make a list of bullet points of all the things we need to address that customers are having trouble with. That's what it seemed like to me. He came into this trial to promote his software. I wonder if he's had any more downloads of his software. I wonder how many wide users he has now. He only had 600 before. Emmy Lennon, thanks for becoming a member.
Yes.
Thanks, Linda.
Showing you another document, sir. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What do you recognize that to be? And
This is Karen Reed and Kerry Roberts' call log.
that's an extraction report that you created from the defendant's phone, is that correct?
Keep your voice up.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Sorry. Yes.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm off the seat to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
Okay.
No objection.
634.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you another document, sir. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
This is the chats from John O'Keefe and Chris Albert.
And again, that's an extraction report that you created from Mr. O'Keefe's phone, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm
John
off the
O'Keefe
seat
and
to
Chris
introduce
Albert.
and
That's
admit as the next
interesting.
exhibit. No objection.
Mr. Lally, you really do need to keep this up.
I wonder if that's when Chris Albert was texting him those pictures of them on his lawn, Mr. Nebercracker, and taunting him. Drinking beer
And
on
may I
his
approach-
lawn,
Oh, I'm sorry.
you think? Because Chris Albert tried to say they were good friends. And he asked him to, keep an eye on his house when he was in
My
Aruba.
apologies. May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Believe it.
Showing you another document, sir. Ask you to look at that. Look up when you're finished.
Yes.
Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, this is Karen Reed's, the full chat report of everyone from the 29th on. So,
Full chat report with
May I
everyone in
approach,
the
John?
world?
Yes.
I'm off the seat to introduce and admit as the next exhibit. We have no objection.
636.
That's right, Ellie. Imagine sitting in a courtroom where
May I
all
have
your
the last
messages are going to be displayed on a big screen.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Oh, look at Court
This
TV
was
with
now
their,
marked as Exhibit 636. Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I publish a portion of this to the jury?
Yes.
And sir, I'm going to direct your attention to the exhibit before you that's now been marked as Exhibit 636. And Ms. Gilman, if I could, I'm sorry, Trooper Guarino and Ms. Gilman, if I could direct your attention to page 3. And do you have that before you, sir?
yes, I do.
And on page 3, who was that a conversation with?
Laura Sullivan.
And that conversation essentially continues from page 3 to page 6. Is that correct?
Laura Sullivan from Aruba. She planned the Aruba
Yes, it
trip.
does.
And so I'm going to ask you, similar to what I asked you the other day, if you could read from that conversation in its entirety, indicating who's speaking, content of what's being said, and the date and time associated with that message.
Yes. All right. First message from Laura Sullivan at 12:45 p.m. on January 29th, 2022. Karen, it's Laura. Please call me. Karen
don't think
says,
that
hi,
time
Laura,
was right.
at 1:07 p.m.
All right, hold on a second. He's already reading this wrong. This says, Karen, it's Laura. Please call me at 1:07 p.m. Oh, wait, 12:45 p.m. Oh, that's when it was read at 1:07. Okay, sorry. Sorry to interrupt. Moving
29th,
on.
2022. Karen, it's Laura. Please call me. Karen says, hi, Laura, at 1:07 p.m. Karen then says, John passed away, 1:07 p.m. Laura, Karen, I'm shaking. I'm so sorry. At 1:07, Karen says, we found him outside in the snow at 5 a.m., 1:07 p.m.
5 a.m. It was 6
Laura,
a.m.
I can't stop crying, 1:07 p.m. again. Karen, thank you, 1:07. And Laura finally says, why was he out there? 1:07 p.m. Oh, sorry. Karen replies, he left the party we were at. I don't know what time. I didn't even go in. I went to bed. That's at 1:08 p.m. Laura says, oh my God, 1:08. Karen, my heart breaks for, my heart breaks for everyone at 1:09 p.m.
Thank you, sir. So in those text messages,
All right, we're gonna dissect this a little bit. So Laura reaches out to her first. I guess she heard from someone else. She says, Karen, please call me. Karen, it's Laura, please call me, 12:45. Hi, Laura. Karen, I'm shaking. I'm so sorry. We found him outside in the snow at 5 a.m. Are they going to make a big deal about the 5 a.m.? That's what people on the interwebs are doing, saying that she really found him at 5, but didn't go back until 6. That's what they're trying to say. I can't stop crying. Thank you. Why was he out there? He left a party we were at. I don't know what time. I didn't even go in. I went to bed. Okay. Well, where's the smoking gun here? Oh my God. Somebody please point that out to me. Karen, my heart breaks for everyone. Okay.
Mr. O'Keefe around 5 a.m. Is that correct? The 29th, she indicates to Ms. So in those text messages, Ms. Sullivan, in the afternoon of the 29th, she indicates to Ms. Sullivan that they located Mr. O'Keefe around 5 a.m. Is that
Could
correct?
be a typo,
Yes, it
right?
is.
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to page 28 through 29 of those messages in the exhibit before you. In page 28 through 29, who was that conversation with?
This is Karen Reed and John O'Keefe.
And these are conversations from the early. These conversations on page 28 through 29 of this exhibit occur in the early morning hours of January 29th, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And if you could, sir, again, please read as far as who's speaking, what they're saying, and what date and time these are being sent.
Yes. So Karen Reed to John O'Keefe at 12:55 a.m. on the 29th. I'm going home. Followed by, I'll see you later. At 1:02 a.m., she texts John again saying, your kids are cucking alone. And at 1:04 a.m., she says, I'm back in Mansfield. The kids are home alone.
Thank you. May I approach this to retreat?
We've talked about that too. I think she was trying to get his attention to get him to come home, because if he thought the kids were alone, maybe he'd actually respond to her. He wasn't responding to her. He ignored her all day until he needed a ride. And people out there are saying they think that her saying that she was in Mansfield was trying to build an alibi for herself.
May I have a moment, Chairman?
Yes.
This one is Karen.
You recognize each of those documents, sir?
Yes, one is Karen Reed call log report. Just want to confirm which one this is. Yeah. For John O'Keefe, and then John O'Keefe's full call log report on the 29th.
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to the defendant, Ms. Reed's call log reports, and specifically, if I could draw your attention to what's been, they're enumerated as far as certain box numbers, correct? 1 through whatever it goes on the last page.
Yes.
If I could direct your attention to boxes 113 and 114.
Okay.
See those entries, sir?
Yes.
Now, as far as the time related to box 113 and 114, what are the timestamps associated with that?
1/29/2022 at 12:36 a.m. 41 seconds, and then another one at 12:36 and 10 seconds a.m. on the 29th.
And is there any indication within that report as far as whether or not those calls are answered, those calls are missed, those calls are rejected? What's listed?
It says answered.
And we'll get to this a little bit more in a moment, but with regard to that 12:36 time, from your review of both the defendant's phone and Mr. O'Keefe's phone, is there a voicemail that the defendant left Mr. O'Keefe at that time frame?
There was a voicemail at 12:37 a.m. These ones here, it looks like they're 3 seconds and 5 seconds long.
And they're listed as answered, is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention over to Mr. O'Keefe's call report. And specifically, I'm going to ask you to direct your attention to what's been labeled as box number 134 and then 134 with the 1 in parentheses following that.
Okay.
And do you see those entries, sir?
Yes.
And what is the date and time associated with those entries in Mr. O'Keefe's records?
His records shows number 134 is 12:36, 9 seconds on the 29th, and then 134 with the 1 in the parentheses, 12:36 and 9 seconds as well. But call duration 0 seconds.
And as far as any indication on those calls, as far as whether they're answered, they're missed, they're rejected, or what are they listed as?
There's nothing. Also 133 is the same call, and that one says missed, and it's at the same timestamp of 12:36 and 9 seconds.
So the same call around the same time frame shows up in Mr. O'Keefe's report as missed and shows up in the defendant's report as answered, correct?
That is correct.
And that is around the time that the defendant is calling the victim repeatedly and leaving voicemails on Mr. O'Keefe's phone.
Yes, that's correct.
May I approach just to retrieve, Your Honor?
Yes.
So it says answered on her call log and
Yes.
missed on his. Yeah, 12:37 a.m. call answer. Thanks, little cupcake, for taking notes because my head is spinning.
Now, Trooper Guarino, you conducted an analysis of both the defendant's phone and Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
That is correct.
And from your analysis of that phone, were you able to determine approximately how many calls occurred from the defendant's phone to Mr. O'Keefe's phone from the time period shortly after 12:30 a.m. To the time period shortly after 6 a.m.?
There was over 50. I think it was 53 or 55.
How about be
And,
accurate?
any of those calls from your review of those records indicate any sort of conversation as far as duration, as far as being labeled as answered, anything to that effect?
That Mr. O'Keefe actually picked up the phone and spoke to Ms. Reed?
Yes.
No.
Now, with regard
Because she was freaking out and he was not among the living. And why would she call him 50 times if she intentionally killed him?
to those phone calls from the defendant to Mr. O'Keefe, what, if anything, did you find from Mr. O'Keefe's phone in relation to voicemails left by the defendant?
There were 8 voicemails on Mr. O'Keefe's phone from the 29th till the phone was discovered. All from Ms. Reed, no one else.
May I approach, Your Honor?
What?
Yes.
On his phone? I thought Jen McCabe called him 26 times. Hold on a second.
Mr. O'Keefe's phone. What, if anything, did you find from Mr. O'Keefe's phone in relation to voicemails left by the defendant?
There were 8 voicemails on Mr. O'Keefe's phone from the 29th till the phone was discovered. All from Ms. Reed, no one else.
Oh, okay, so she's the only
May I
one who left
approach,
him
John?
voicemails.
Yes.
Because Jen McCabe called before he picked up. Remember, she called him like 26 times when people surmised that maybe somebody was looking for his phone. Right. Why didn't Jen leave any voicemails? She butt dialed
Sir, you
and
recognize that?
even
Yes.
hung up before
What do you
voicemail
recognize
even
that to
picked
be?
up.
It's the John O'Keefe voicemails from Karen Reed on his phone.
From that period that we were just speaking about on January 29th?
Yes, that's correct.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to seek to introduce in the minutes the next exhibit. We have no objection.
Okay, here come the voicemails.
6:37.
Now, sir, from your review of the defendant's phone, before we get to those, from your review of the defendant's phone, what, if anything, were you able to observe or ascertain that the defendant's phone did at approximately 12:36 a.m.?
So by looking at the timeline in the phone, we were able to see that Miss Reed's phone auto-connected to John O'Keefe's Wi-Fi at his house at 12:36 a.m. We know this because it's a password protected.
Okay. So how did she kill him at 12:45 a.m. like you said in your opening statement, Lally, if she connected to his Wi-Fi at 12:36?
Access to the phone. So you would have to know the password to get into this Wi-Fi network.
And that would be the home in 1 Meadows Avenue, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if we could publish each of the 8 voicemails to the jury.
Okay. Are we going to hear which time each one is?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, she's home. She's home by 12:36. How did she intentionally run him over with her car at 12:45, Lally? Make it
And
make
Trooperino,
sense.
Again, similar to the other messages, just for point of reference, the earliest of the voicemails is the last in the list, and the most recent is at the top of the list. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, as far as this first voicemail, what time did this occur?
12:37 a.m.
And with the court's permission, if I could play that for the jury.
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you could have the second message.
John, I effing hate you at 12:37.
Sorry, Ms. Gilman, if you could pause right there, please.
Cue the sirens.
My apologies, Your Honor, I just wanted the siren to go by.
Oh, that's fine.
And before Ms. Gilman presses play again, Trooper Guarino, what time is the second message?
12:42.
Ms. Gilman, if you could. Now, Trooper Guarino, with reference to the third message, what time is that?
I didn't hear anything.
12:59.
And again, when I say received by Mr. O'Keefe's phone, is that correct?
That's the timestamp of the voicemail in his phone. Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could, with reference to that third message.
John, I'm here with your fucking kids. Nobody knows what the fuck you are, you fucking pervert.
John, I'm here with your effing kids and
Now,
nobody
the
knows where you effing
Fourth
are. You
message, Trooper
effing
Guarino,
pervert.
what time was that received by Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
1:02 a.m.
Ms. Gilman, if you could, when you're ready.
That was it.
So can we just turn the air conditioner off for just
There's a
a
hang up?
second, please? So you just played it?
Yeah, Your Honor, there was no content. It was just like a 1 second long
So
message.
it went to voicemail, picked up, and she hung up. Okay.
And Trooper Guarino, with regard to the fifth message, what time was that received by Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
37, 42, 59.
Yeah, that was
1:11 a.m.
footsteps, right?
Excuse me.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could.
Yeah, it's 1 in the morning, I'm with your fucking niece and nephew, you fucking pervert. You're a fucking pervert.
Okay, so she calls him an effing pervert twice. I'm home with your
The
niece
sixth
and
message,
nephew.
Sir, what time was that received by Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
1:18 a.m.
Gilman, if you could.
John, I'm going home. I cannot babysit your niece. I need to go home. You are fucking using me right now. You're fucking another girl. He's sleeping next to me. You're a fucking loser. Fuck yourself.
Okay, so something about being a babysitter. F yourself. You're an effing loser. You're effing another girl. I mean, he's ignoring her. He's with these women who have been texting him all day. When are you coming? When are you coming? When are you coming? She walked into the lobby in Aruba on New Year's Eve and saw him potentially playing grab ass with Marietta Sullivan. Suspicious Minds. There's a word, song for the playlist, but I don't know. I'm not hearing. Why would she be leaving these messages if she just intentionally ran him over? Okay.
The seventh message, sir, what time was that received by Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
5:23 a.m.
Gentlemen, if you could. The last and eighth message, sir. what
I
time-
did not even hear what that was. Did you? Hold on. We're going to play that one again.
Gentlemen, if you could.
I couldn't make that out.
The last and eighth message, sir, what time was that received by
Number
Mr.
7.
O'Keefe's phone?
6:08 a.m.
Gentlemen, if you could.
In the car. Listen.
Gentlemen, if you could pause there for 1 second, I'm sorry. With respect to this message received on Mr. O'Keefe's phone at 6:08 a.m., from your knowledge of the investigation, where was the defendant, who, if anyone, was with her or around her at the time of this message at 6:08 a.m.?
Jen McCabe, Kerry Roberts. During the message, you can hear someone on the phone with 911.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Gilman, if you could.
Okay. I'm going to pause. A lot of us have heard this before because we analyzed this pre-trial. Karen's in the backseat of Kerry Roberts' car. She's on the phone leaving a voicemail for John. She sees his body. She drops the phone in the back seat and it records the message of her screaming bloody murder in the background. Put up a trigger warning. And you can hear Jen McCabe talking to 911. Listen closely to Jen McCabe's demeanor, tone, and what she says. And after that, you can hear her whispering on what we think are 2 calls to her sister. So listen.
Yes, I need someone to current 12 years old, getting that, they're taking a tax notice now. Yeah. Okay. I know. We're blended. I will be blended very. Yes, I need
We're gonna rewind.
Thank you, Ms. Newman.
Can we
Okay, we're going to rewind that. I wanted to let it play through one time without interruption. And it makes me cry every time I hear it because in my opinion, Karen is clearly panicked. I didn't want to say hysterical. Clearly panicked. She is freaking out. And Jen McCabe says to 911, send somebody, there's a man passed out in the snow. I know it's hard to hear and they didn't clean up the audio. So I'm going to, when I play it again, turn up your volume so you can hear it. And Jen McCabe is cool as a cucumber. Somebody said, did Jen McCabe say he was hit before she knew? So, but hold on, wait.
Was with her or around her at the time of this message at 6:08 a.m.
Okay.
Someone on the phone with 911.
6:08 a.m. And somebody said that the thump thump of the wipers sounds like heartbeat, and it does. It is chilling. And do you think that's a fake reaction from Karen? Do you think Karen knew he was there, found his body earlier at 5 a.m. and then came back to find him and that was fake? Turn up your volume.
Yes, I can tell you, 34 years old, now, they can't now.
34 Fairview, there's a man passed out in the snow. That's Jen McCabe talking to 911.
Yeah.
She says, I think he's dead. Jen McCabe says, I think he's dead. Did you hear that? She says to Karen, I know. Where are the blankets? I guess that's to Carrie. Where are the blankets?
I don't see blankets, Carrie.
I don't see the blankets, Carrie. So she says hello again, Jen McCabe, because she got transferred to Canton, I guess, from 911 dispatch. So I think she has to repeat it now. I think she said, Carrie, he's dead. Hold on. She said, Jen McCabe says, I don't know. He got out of the car. Did you hear that? They're asking her what happened. And she said, I don't know. He got out of the car Jen McCabe said she never saw him get out of the car. She never saw him come in the house. Listen, I'm going to rewind that again. He got out of the car. She's screaming Jen's name, and Jen says, I know. I'm on the phone with the ambulance. Calm as could be.
Thank you, Ms. Newman.
Can we turn the air conditioning back on? Thank you very much.
We're a little
Now,
behind.
Trooperino, in addition to the
We're a little behind. If you're ahead on another stream, please do not put any spoilers in the chat. Thank you so much.
53 phone calls that you testified about, the defendant made to Mr. O'Keefe from that time frame following 12:30 a.m. to approximately just past 6 a.m. Did you note any other calls to a contact listed within the defendant's phone as mom?
Yes.
And when were those calls placed?
I believe there's one at 1:10-ish in the morning. I forget the exact timestamp. There's also one at around 4:40 in the morning, and then at 4:42, right around 4 in the morning. Two of them, the first two weren't answered, and then the third phone call was answered.
Now, with respect to Ms. Reed's phone from that same time period, what, if any, phone calls did you observe to a contact listed in the defendant's phone as dad?
It's the same number. So when I looked at it in one report, it showed as dad. And then when I looked at it in Celebrate, it came up as mom. So I don't know how it's attributing. Maybe she has it listed twice. I never looked at her actual phone. So this is what the extraction is showing me.
You never looked at her actual phone. There it is. All he did was analyze the extraction. Okay.
Now, sir, you testified the other day that upon your review of the defendant's extraction reports, you were not able to determine there were no listed GPS locations for the defendant's phone?
Correct. Like routes or anything like that.
And that was because it was turned off in the phone, is that correct?
That would lead me to believe, yes, that location services are turned off. So
It would lead you to believe that because you did not examine the actual phone. You guys can turn your volume back down now. I have my location services turned off. Do you want metadata on your Instagram photos so people can figure out where you are at a certain time? Most people have location services turned off. It's not unusual. I have it turned on for certain apps that I use, like when I'm using Apple Maps or Google Maps. And Google asks me every time if I want to search things near my location, I'll turn it on and off. But so what?
Objection, move to strike.
Yep, so no gas. What can you tell us about that?
Turned off, so
Objection, move to strike.
Yep, so no
Yeah,
gas.
he said yes.
What can you tell us about that?
well, for GPS coordinates and location services on, that's what would get us locations in the phone. So if they're not there, they could be turned off.
Objection, move to strike.
I'll allow that.
They could be, but you never analyzed the phone.
With respect to Mr. O'Keefe's phone, what, if any, analysis with respect to GPS and/or health data? Well, let me ask you this from your training experience and your casework with respect to forensic analysis of electronic devices. What is health data in a cell phone? How is that recorded, and what, if anything, can that tell you?
Okay. So in an iPhone, you can have health data. To use that health data, the phone, if you don't have an iWatch paired to it, is basically just a high-tech pedometer. It's just every time you move the phone, it's going to track steps, and that's if you have it turned on. If you have the iWatch on, it'll get beats per minute, and you get a much more robust health data from it.
Now, with respect to the health data and with respect to the GPS location for Mr. O'Keefe's phone, initially, what, if any, sort of analysis did you do with respect to that?
So we checked his native locations. At 12:19, the phone is, well, I should say this, at 12:12 in his location shows that he's at the Waterfall Bar. The next set of locations shows he's at Dedham Street by Cedar Crest, and then Waze is activated for 34 Fairview. So, and then it shows me his entire route to 34 Fairview.
And what is Waze, sir?
Waze is similar to Apple Maps. It is the GPS program that, you know, punch in like a Garmin type thing.
If I could take you back just for a moment, just to the health data from the Cellbrite extraction that you did. Specifically, you looked at data from 12 a.m. to 1 a.m. on January 29, 2022. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And as far as the health data was concerned, there was some entries from 12:11 a.m. to 12:32 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And can you describe to the jury sort of what you observed and what, if any, significance those entries had to you as far as the health data was concerned?
Yeah, so the health data shows, like I said, the phone is basically a high-tech pedometer. If you're moving it around, it's going to think you're taking steps where you might not actually be walking. His health data showed while he's driving that he's traveling and taking steps.
Objection.
So I need a foundation.
Yeah, now they like the Celebrate
Guarino,
data.
Of course, over the course of this investigation, your analysis, you became aware of other witness statements, surveillance video, things of that nature as to Mr. O'Keefe's whereabouts from approximately 12 a.m. to at least 1 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you're aware of around the time just past 6 a.m. When his...
So let's hear the question.
Oh, that's my objection.
He's objecting to the question.
You're aware of the time being just past 6 a.m. that you've already testified to as to when Mr. O'Keefe was discovered and 911 was called.
Yes, that's correct.
So, sir, with respect to, again, that time period starting at 12:11 a.m., what, if anything, did you observe with respect to the health data of Mr. O'Keefe as signified within the phone?
So it marks when he's taking steps, ascending, or should say, yeah, ascending stairs, and distance traveled.
And so from that period
Good. Tell us about the stairs that he climbed after 12:11.
12:11 to 12:32, there were essentially 4 time periods that you delineated. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And do you remember this precise times and sort of the distance traveled within those time frames?
I don't remember the precisely off the top of my head.
Your Honor,
the
with
report.
course permission, may the trooper refer to his report just for those
Yes,
numbers.
we have it with you, Trooper?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Tell us about the 3 flights of stairs that he climbed. Because, you know, there's stairs inside her Lexus. She's got a double-decker Lexus.
And sir, if you could just list for the jury what you found.
Yes. So at 12:11 and 9 seconds in the morning to 12:21 and 5 seconds on the 29th. It shows that he's taking 170 steps going 99.6 meters or 326 feet. At, sorry. At 12:21 and 10 seconds to 12:24 and 22 seconds, it shows 80 steps and 87.74 meters or 287 feet. At 12:21, 14 seconds to 12:24 and 37 seconds, it stated ascending, descending 3 floors. And then at 12:31, 56 to 12:32, 16 in the morning, 36 steps, 25.46 meters or 85 feet.
Great.
Now, sir, with respect to what
Just to recap, between 12:11 and 12:21, John O'Keefe's phone said that he traveled 170 steps or 326 feet. Between 12:21 and 12:24, he had 80 steps or 287 feet. Then between 12:21 and 12:24, this may be the same data, he ascended or descended 3 flights of stairs. And then up until 12:32, he traveled 36 steps. Okay, Trooper Guarino, now tell us why that is not accurate.
what's listed as steps, does that indicate, from based on your training experience and familiarity with this sort of health data, what, if anything, does that tell you as to whether or not the person with the phone is physically taking steps?
That's not the case.
What is the case?
Dude, don't
Like I
ruin your
said, the
career.
phone has internal measures.
Of course.
The phone has internal measures in it. Like I said, it's basically a pedometer. So the movement of the phone, the distance traveled, it's going to register as steps. You don't have to physically be walking and moving the phone for it to register movements.
So when I'm in my car traveling with my phone and I'm driving like young Black economist who was in the chat this morning at Oblivious Benson from Cincinnati to Atlanta, it's going to say that I walked however many miles that is because I'm in the car with my phone. Please, sir, please do not ruin your career over this. It's not worth it. It's not worth it.
Just waving it around and then
Waving.
could potentially cause it to think you're walking and moving.
You think he was waving his phone around?
You mentioned that from your review of Mr. O'Keefe's phone, you indicated there was a Waze search for 34 Fairview Road. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And if you could just explain to the jury sort of what is Waze and what kind of information are you looking at there?
Waze is a GPS program. So you put your address you're looking to go to. It's going to tell you the fastest route, where the police are, etc.
And when that Waze search was conducted, is there a precise time pursuant to your review of Mr. O'Keefe's phone associated with that Waze search?
Yes, it was at 12:20 in the morning.
And so from all of those steps and everything that you, if Mr. O'Keefe is searching for 34 Fairview Road, inferably, he's not at 34 Fairview Road. Is that correct?
That is correct.
But I thought that the time of the searches are not accurate either, because remember, again, Jen McCabe's Google search, that time is not accurate. So the time when he searched for 34 Fairview, that is accurate. Help me understand. Waze is more accurate than Google? Okay. Timestamps in one case are accurate when it helps you, but not accurate when it kills you? Okay.
Now, with respect to the location, can you describe to the jury, are you familiar with the term based on your training experience known as native locations?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what that is?
So native locations on an iPhone, the way it pulls GPS data, it uses satellite, Wi-Fi signal, Bluetooth, location services on apps. It takes all that data and uses it to get you the best location of where you are, unlike where you'd have like a handheld car-mounted Garmin GPS that's just using strictly satellite.
Now, from your review of that data, when that Waze search is conducted at approximately 12:20 a.m., where is Mr. O'Keefe physically located at that time?
The vehicle or whatever they're in is by 138 Dedham Street. They had already passed Cedar Crest Road.
the vehicle or whatever they're in? You mean around the time he's walking up the driveway? Because Ryan Nagel pulls up at like 12:23 behind her, right? And she has to move up. Okay.
And from review of that native location data, what time does the phone arrive in the area of 34 Fairview Road?
12:24 a.m.
Now, the next entry as far as the location data, when is that and where is it indicating that the phone is at that point?
That shows me it's there the entire night, right in between 32, 34 Fairview. So
And 32, 34 Fairview, that sort of intersection of those two residences, if you know, where is that in relation to where Mr. O'Keefe was found just after 6 a.m. in the morning?
I was only going by the photos that Sergeant Good had taken and from the Canton PD cruiser cam, but that area would be within 3 feet, give or take, of the area where the GPS signals all plot for the rest of the night.
Well, here's the thing, Trooper Guarino, they didn't take any pictures of Officer O'Keefe's body on the ground, so nobody really knows where his body was found. There's been no marking of his body, no chalk outline, no little yellow triangular things with numbers on them, you know, where the evidence should be or where the body would have been. Nobody took photos. So what photos are you relying on? And really, would it pinpoint within 3 feet? You're going to say the GPS signal is going to be accurate within 3 feet? Oh, come on now. Come on, dude. Why are you ruining your career for this? Let's listen to that again because it's just mind numbing.
I was only going by the photos that Sergeant Good had taken and from the Canton PD cruiser cam.
There were no what photos are you talking about? The photo of the drinking glass that they found? The photo of Gallagher with the leaf blower? The photos of the solo cups with 6 drops of blood in them? The photos of the blood droplets in the snow? Because there's no photos of Officer O'Keefe's body that would pinpoint for you where his location was. There was no officer down call to 911. There's a man passed out in the snow. Not my dear friend, John O'Keefe, Boston police officer, my friend of 10 years, is on my sister's front lawn at 34 Fairview. He's a Boston police officer. No, there's a man passed out in the snow. Send somebody. We are outraged.
But that area would be within 3 feet, give or take, of the area where the GPS signals all plot for the rest of the night.
Oh, so he didn't move.
Trooper Guarino, you
His
testified.
body didn't move. His body didn't move from the time he arrived at 12:24 a.m. His body or his phone was in that location. And you can judge that within 3 feet all the way until the next morning. Wow.
The other day to a tool that you use called Axiom, is that correct?
Yes.
And with regard to the location data in the tool of Axiom, what, if anything, can you tell the jury as far as how that works and how accurate it is?
So like Cellbrite, Axiom will also show the native locations in an iPhone. They're able to display the range of accuracy in meters and then also the speed of the phone in meters per second.
And were you able to ascertain from using the Axiom tool and the location data for Mr. O'Keefe's phone as far as its speed in meters per second at 12:25:36 a.m.?
I don't remember it off the top of my head.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may the trooper refer to his
Thank you.
report for the numbers.
Go ahead.
Did he do a pirouette around that time and spin around in the lawn after his arm was scratched up by the teeth on the Lexus, and then he slammed his head on the curb, and then he flew 30 feet into the lawn, or 10 feet or 12 feet, or how many feet it is today? Pick a number. Pick a number. It's like bingo.
It's 0.6346 meters per second and a 16.75 meter lever of accuracy. So at about 54 feet measure of accuracy.
Now, sir, if you could, just based on your training experience and your use, familiarity with this Axiom tool, for the record, that's AXIOM, is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
So as far as that degree of certainty or accuracy with regard to the measurement, can you speak a little bit about that and explain that to the jury, how that works and what that means?
Yeah. So, as I said, the iPhone tries to use multiple things to get you the best area of location where you're at. I can tell from personal experience that being at 34 Fairview,
Objection.
it's at the bottom, Fairview, where 34 is on Fairview. It's at the bottom of a hill, and it's also at the bottom of Cedar Crest where they sort of intersect. That area there has many hills. So the GPS signal can weaken due to natural landscape, buildings, weather, multiple factors.
I thought you just said that it was totally accurate within 3 feet. But now the weather could have been in play. That's why Lally's talking about the weather. But you just said it was accurate, but now it's not accurate. It's at the bottom of a hill. Didn't somebody like Brian Albert say that his house was in a dead zone, that there wasn't good service in his area? Huh.
And as far as the degree of accuracy, what, if anything, does that tell you in regard to the location of the phone in reference to that degree of accuracy?
So it plots a point where it believes you are, and then the degree of accuracy says you could be in this bubble, but if it's way outside or way far away, it's all going to show by how well the signal strength is to the satellite. So like I said, if it's a poor signal, it's going to blow out. It's going to show you could be in this giant circle. But as it gets better accuracy, it's going to shrink back down. It's going to say, nope, you're right about here.
So are you right or are
Point,
you
or to elucidate that point that you were just speaking on, we'll get.
so are you right or are you wrong right now? Or is it accurate or not? This is can I have some word salad emojis in the chat for members? For those of you who are not members, you might want to be members because we have created special emojis for this trial, including a red Solo cup, a fan, word salad, a shovel for when people start to dig themselves into a hole, which is what this man is doing right now. What, if any? Lies, lies, lies. Is it real or is it Memorex? Is it accurate or is it not? Oh, do you mean like geofence data? Like a bubble that would show all the phones that were in the house at a certain time in the night, a geofence bubble? Yeah, but when Trooper Proctor requested the geofence data, here's the thing, Trooper Guarino, he only requested it for Android phones, not iPhones. Guess who had iPhones? Practically everybody in the house. So your little bubble might explode on you right about now.
Get to this more in depth in a second, but at some point in 2023, did you go to 34 Fairview Road to conduct some GPS mapping?
Yes, I did.
And
More
when
maps.
you were in that area of 34 Fairview Road, what, if anything, did you observe with reference to satellite connection, cell phone connection, things of that nature, as far as the strength of the signal?
So on my way to work, I actually drive Fairview quite often, and being there in person with my phone, I'll go from 4 or 5 bars of service. When I'm there, it's 1 or 2. So that tells me that strength of signal there is not great.
Wow, so it's not accurate. But you drive by 34 Fairview every day on your way back and forth to work too, right? Did Yuri Buchanek tell you to do that? Because he told all his other guys to drive by there on their way to and fro because evidence may reveal itself. So you drive by there really every day on your way to work and you just happen to notice that the cell signal is very weak right in front of that. What an amazing way for this evidence to reveal itself. Because, yeah, another drive-by cop just driving by, doing the drive-by. Evidence might reveal itself. Oh, would that weaken the ring connection to Wi-Fi in that little area, that little bottom of a hill that you're talking about? Such as maybe perhaps Sergeant Kelleher's Ring doorbell camera that was pointed directly in the location of where Officer O'Keefe's body was found. Although Tom Kelleher was the acting deputy chief at Canton PD. Would that weaken the Wi-Fi connection to his Ring doorbell camera? And that's why he told you guys, I don't know, MSP Canton PD, that his Ring doorbell footage didn't show anything interesting from that early morning hours and you didn't look any further or actually even like, canvass the neighborhood to see if anybody else had any ring footage. And yet you told the media, not you perhaps, but someone on your behalf told the media that they had ring footage of the incident of Karen hitting John with her car. Oh, I get it now. That's why no ring cameras picked up anything, because the cell phone signal's really weak there.
Now, turning back to this location data from Mr. O'Keefe's phone, you mentioned that you testified that at 12:25:36 a.m., it has a certain accuracy and it was traveling a certain speed, correct?
Yes.
Now, what, if any, speed is recorded in this location data between that 12:25 a.m. and 6:15:36 a.m.?
Your Honor, may I just
Yes,
read? Thank you.
yes.
What time frame exactly are you looking for?
What I'm asking is, what, if any, speed was recorded by the location data between that first 12:25:36 a.m. and 6:15:36 a.m.?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were asking for before that. No, there's no real speed registered until the phone is found the next morning.
No real speed.
And so that would be at the 6:15:36 a.m. time frame, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And what speed is recorded at that time at 6:15:36 in the morning?
It shows 0.24 meters per second for speed, and then with an accuracy rating of 7.58 meters, which is 24 feet.
Mm.
Thanks.
Was that when Kerry picked up the phone from under his body that none of the first responders saw? Okay.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to May 8th, 2023, where did you go with relation to this investigation on that day?
I went to 34 Fairview.
And who, if anyone, went with you?
Trooper Proctor.
Now, what was the purpose of going to 34 Fairview Road on that date in May of 2020?
Wait a
We
second.
wanted to take measurements of where Officer O'Keefe's body was found, and then
Okay. May of 2023. Hold on a second.
Your attention to May 8th, 2023, where did you go with relation to this investigation on that day?
Okay. So May 8th of 2023 is when he goes back there with Proctor, because, they've already upgraded the charges to murder in June of 2022. So now it's a year, 16 months post murder. And now you guys are going to do some investigating. Okay, cool.
I went to 34 Fairview.
And who, if anyone, went with you?
Trooper Proctor.
Now, what was the purpose of going to 34 Fairview Road on that date in May of 2020?
Well, see, Mr. Allally, the feds started investigating. We got word from Morrissey's office that, some of the witnesses in our case were being subpoenaed to come testify in front of a federal grand jury. And so we knew we might have some splaining to do. So we decided to go to 34 Fairview on May 8th of 2023.
We wanted to take measurements of where Officer O'Keefe's body was found, and then basically a diagonal straight line to the door, how the distance that would be.
Mm-hmm.
And what, if any, tools did you bring with you? And what, if anything, did you use in the course of this analysis on this day?
So I loaded in the GPS points into a program that the CERT team uses called StarTopo. It's a GPS mapping program that you can view through an app.
Sartopo.
So that way I was able to see exactly where I was via the app. We also used one of the big long tape measures that's in like the big thing that would get us, from where we believed his body was to the front door.
And from that, as far as the determination of where Mr. O'Keefe's body was located, what, if anything, did you use to determine that?
As I said before, the photos and video from Sergeant Good of Canton PD and the Canton PD cruiser cam video.
Okay. If there are photos of where the body was found, we've never seen them. Are there photos out there of John O'Keefe's body on the ground? Because we've never seen them. Did he say tape measure? Okay, hold on a second.
So used one of the big long tape measures that's in like the
Tape
big
measure.
thing that would get us, from where we believed his body was to the front door.
And from that, as far as the determination of where Mr. O'Keefe's body was located, what, if anything, did you use to determine that?
As I said before, the video, photos and video from Sergeant Good of KNPD and the KNPD cruiser cam video.
Mhm.
So the cruiser cam video that from Officer Sarah's cruiser, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
The one
Showed,
that shows where Mr. O'Keefe's body is when Officer Sarah arrives on scene, correct?
That is correct.
did we see that dash cam video? Because I don't remember seeing John O'Keefe's body on the lawn in the dash cam video. I could be wrong. Tell me.
Now, with regard to those particular GPS points, what time frame did you start as far as your mapping was concerned?
We took the last, we mapped the entire route. So at the waterfall bar and then on from their drive on Dedham Street down to 34 Fairview.
And as far as these locations, how were they measured as far as what kind of measurements were you using in order to plot those points?
We loaded into Google Maps and just able to show it with a KMZ file to show exactly where he went.
Google Maps on a tape measure.
So what I'm asking is, as far as the GPS locations that you were recording, how were those measured as far as longitude, latitude? Is that how they were measured?
Mhm.
Yes, I'm sorry. Yeah,
Where we believed his body was located. Exactly. Where we believed his body was located. Right. Thank you, GP Dog Drool. I knew you guys would come in with the deets. Nope. He was to the left of Saroff's car. Kenny says you can see Karen and the other women kneeling over him as he pulls up. Officer Saroff never went near Officer John O'Keefe. And remember how badly it was snowing. There were whiteout conditions. How can we rely on what we're seeing from dash cam footage? That doesn't give us a very good indication of exactly where this fallen police officer's body was found, but that's where you believe it was found. So we'll go with that, with your tape measure and your Google Maps.
latitude and longitude.
And you started with Mr. O'Keefe at the Waterfall Bar in Canton. What time was that, if you know?
12 a.m. was the last point.
And then that time frame when Mr. O'Keefe's native locations are putting him in the area of 34 Fairview Roads, when was that first time frame?
The time he arrives,
Yes.
about 12:24. I forget the seconds, but 12:24 a.m.
Now, eventually, when you had all of these points as far as the direction of travel, location data, all of those things, what, if anything, were you then able to do with those GPS locations?
I cross-referenced them with his health data and also mapped it out to see exactly where he would be.
But you just said the health data wasn't reliable, that he didn't climb 3 flights of stairs, that he was just waving his phone around. Okay. But now I can't even with this witness. I can't. It's accurate or it's not.
Now, with respect to the data that you were able to recover, if you could describe to the jury sort of the path of travel, starting with the waterfall as far as where Mr. O'Keefe's phone was, where it traveled in it, and where you noted it at various time points along that sequence.
Okay. So, as I said, 12:12, it's at the Waterfall Bar. Then there's a 7-minute break in location data. When the phone comes back up with location data at 12:19, as I said, he's by Dedham Street and Cedar Crest Road. At 138 Dedham Street, right around there, 12:20 a.m., 34 Fairview is put into Waze. He then proceeds down Dedham Street, takes a left onto Oakdale Road. That goes to the end of Oakdale, takes a left onto Maplecroft. As he's going by Maplecroft and Pinecone Road, right around 12:22 and 14 seconds, was a data point listed that he's ascending, descending the stairs. So he's over a half mile away from 34 Fairview at this point.
Oh,
They go down Maplecroft, take a right onto Cedar Crest, all the way down Cedar Crest. They do not turn onto Fairview Road. It goes by Fairview, does a 3-point turn or turns around somehow, and then goes back to Fairview and takes a right, where it finally stops between 34 and 32 Fairview.
so I'm so confused. So confused, Trooper. Is it accurate or it's not accurate? Does she have a double-decker Lexus? Which part's accurate and which isn't? I thought it was in a dead zone. You can't have it both ways, sir. Waze, W-A-Z-E, get it? Excuse the pun.
So at the time that health data is being recorded, again, you cross-reference the GPS data with the health data from Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And so at the time that the phone has that recording of the health data descending, and is it ascending or descending, or how does that read in the health data?
I have in my report, and that's what's copied from the thing. It's ascending/descending stairs.
And at that point in time, cross-referencing that health data with the GPS location, where physically is Mr. O'Keefe's phone at that particular time frame?
Maplecroft by Pinecone Road, right at that intersection.
And has Mr. O'Keefe's phone arrived or been in the area as far as the GPS, specifically of 34 Fairview Road?
At that time?
Yes.
No, not at all.
And so from the GPS locations that you observed of the defendant's phone, initially the phone passes by Fairview Road and then reverses direction to come back, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And then as far as between 12:25 a.m. and 6:15 a.m., there's no movement of that phone, correct? What, if any, movement did you observe following 12:25 a.m. until the period of 6:15 a.m.?
None until it was found at 6:15.
But that's so crazy. It's so crazy because if she hit him at 12:45, like Lally said in his opening, why is there no movement between 12:25 and 6:15? And what time do you think he was slammed his head on the curb, which cracked it open, and then was flung into the yard if there was no movement after 12:25? So are you saying that she now hit him at 12:25? And somehow missed slamming into Brian Higgins' Jeep with the plow on top, and Ryan Nagel and Heather Maxon and Ricky D'Antuono didn't see this happen because they were right outside the house at that time too. Maybe that was also around the time that Julie Nagel came outside to talk to him. So you guys need to get your timelines straight. It's all ridiculous.
Now, you mentioned that you took a tool and you did some measurements as well. Is that correct?
Yes.
And were you able to ascertain then some GPS locations for where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found?
Yes.
And what, if any, measurements, excuse me, the accuracy of those GPS measurements and latitude and longitude, what was the accuracy of that?
Can I read the exact?
Yeah, I mean, tell us, because those must be really accurate, but
All right. So from 12:25 and 30 seconds to about 12:35 and 36 seconds, the GPS accuracy is tight on him for the first few seconds and then blows out and encompasses pretty much the neighborhood.
Blows out.
34 Fairview, 32, 31, and I'll read the exact. It's 12:25 and 30 seconds. It has a 33-meter degree of accuracy, which is about 100 feet. That area
100
encompasses 32, 34, and 31 Fairview.
oh,
12:25, 31, it's 200 foot.
so he could have been inside the house or in the backyard, right? What did your little tape measure say about how far it was to the front door? Less than 100 feet, right? So at 12:25, according to your calculations, he could have been within 100 feet of Karen's vehicle, which would put him where, my friends? Let's say it all together. Inside the house, or in the backyard, or in the side of the garage, right? Okay. Oh, I can't wait to see Yanetti's cross on this.
Measure of accuracy that hits 31, 32, 34 Fairview. Basically, almost all the houses around. 32 seconds,
Anywhere.
shrinks back down to 95 foot level of accuracy, hitting 32, 34 Fairview and the front yard of 31.
Oh, he could have been at the
At
Asian
33
house?
seconds, it's 88 feet. Again, shrinking back in as the signal gets better.
This is ridiculous.
Covering 32, 34 Fairview, 72 feet at 34 seconds, 59 feet at 35 seconds, and then 52 feet at 36 seconds. So, as I said, signal weakens, it blows out, and then as the signal gets stronger, it shrinks back in. The GPS coordinates themselves are all still right where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found.
And so as far as, if I can take you back just for a second, the initial GPS coordinates that you marked as far as where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found, how accurate was that measurement as far as to itself where it was?
From what we had and then where we marked from, we believe we're in about 3 feet because standing there, even with
We
the app,
believe.
it's not perfect. I'm not getting a direct saying that I'm right on it. So we believe we were within about 3 feet of exactly where he was found.
We believe you were within 3 feet. Well, 3 feet's a big deal, right? When you're talking about a radius of 100 feet and 80 feet to the door, isn't 3 feet a big deal, sir? And didn't you just say you had like no bars when you were there? Because you drive by there twice a day and there's no signal, but okay. Wow. Just when I thought the testimony couldn't get any worse for the Commonwealth, they pull out Trooper Guarino.
And from that air distance of within 3 feet of where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found, how far was that, or how far did you measure that to be from the front door of 34 Fairview Road?
In a direct straight line to the front door, 72 feet,
So 100 feet puts him inside the house, right?
not accounting the stairs.
Not accounting the stairs, the 3 flights that he went up and down.
Now, from your review of that data that you were talking about from that 12:35 and 12:25 and 30 seconds through 12:25 and 36 seconds when it fluctuates, what time period of that or what time period of any of the times that you observed is it possible that John O'Keefe was actually anywhere near 34 Fairview Road, the house? Objection.
Ask it differently.
What time is it possible? Why don't you nail it down, Lally? He's not allowed to guess.
Within those fluctuating circles of GPS data that you were talking about, what time period did those encompass the actual inside of the residence of 34 Fairview Road?
It's about 3 seconds where it actually encompasses the inside of Fairview. That 4th second, it's right on the edge of the corner of the house. And then the 5th and 6th second, they're just showing the front yard.
So he could have went in the backyard to
That
take a
time
leak.
period, as far as
Could have went through the back gate to the right of the garage because there's a gate there too, right? Aren't there 2 gates to the backyard? One to the left of the house as you're looking at it, one to the right of the house on the other side of the garage. He could have went back there to take a leak and maybe the dog jumped on him because the dog was outside, taking a leak also, really. And then perhaps he might have smashed his head open on the, I don't know, whatever's around the pool, whatever, material that is. But you know what? Nobody ever looked in the backyard. So, I mean, did you go in the backyard, Trooper Guarino? Did you take your tape measure and measure from the spot where you think you're guessing his body may have been all the way around to that back gate? Because, I don't know. It's a theory that is just revealing itself to me as I'm speaking.
that time period, as far as those GPS data from those circles, with reference to the following time periods after those, what, if any, based on your training experience, what, if any, opinions were you able to draw from sort of that data?
So he would have to go from the GPS point that's listed. It would take him, a second and a half to get to the house, and then a second and a half back where his body was found, where his phone was underneath him. He'd have to go about 48 feet a second when I did a velocity calculation, which is about 32 miles an hour, a second to the house, a second back.
Oh,
There was no GPS points ever showing inside the home, the backyard of the home. There's no lat and long listed. It's just the degree of accuracy from the GPS signal.
he said it was 100 feet, right? It's accurate to 100 feet. At least you know how to calculate velocity, which is a lot more than Trooper Paul, who doesn't even know what confirmation bias is. Do you know what confirmation bias is, sir?
So the 72 feet from where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found to the front door of 34 Fairview Road, in order for him to be inside of 34 Fairview Road during any of those measured timeframes, he would have to travel 72 feet and 1.5.
The objection sustained. The objection sustained.
Yeah, you know why? Because Lally keeps repeating the answer in his question. A map would be nice, but
Sir, again, if I could ask you from Mr. O'Keefe's health data, as far as his specific physical location at the time that it indicates ascending and descending, how far away from 34 Fairview Road was it when it registered that?
It's over a half mile away. So Maplecroft to Pinecone Road.
thanks, David.
In your opinion, sir, at any point in time, from the data that you reviewed, did Mr. O'Keefe enter 34 Fairview Road?
I'll
Sustain
sustain the
that.
objection.
In your
Mayor Pro
opinion,
Tem?
in your opinion, did John O'Keefe enter the house? Hold on. Did he really just ask him that?
I'll sustain the,
In your opinion, sir, at any point in time, from the data that you reviewed, did Mr. O'Keefe enter 34 Fairview Road?
I'll
Objection.
sustain the objection.
Good. Go to sidebar.
And look up when you're finished.
Wait, did they go to sidebar? Did he just give it up? Hmm.
You a series of documents, review those, and look up when you're finished.
The house is in the bubble, Barbara Brady. Marsha.
Okay.
Do you recognize
Sure
those, sir?
Yes.
And what do you recognize those to be?
These are the plotted points I did through Google Earth, the maps, and then through LexisNexis, the track system, the GPS range and coordinates.
And the LexisNexis track system, if you could explain just a bit to the jury as far as what that is and how it's used to create these documents before.
It's similar to that Sartopo program I used. It's a desktop-based GPS program. You put the points in, and then it will map them out and create, like I said, a KMZ file for you, so you can load it into Google Earth.
Ooh, Google Earth Sartopo.
Yes.
Isn't Sartopo like a consumer app? Not really law enforcement app. OB, if you're here, let me know. Everyone put on your judging hats for the middle school science fair competition. And we're going to see whose project is better. The project of Trooper Joe Paul, who did the very lovely drone experiment for us with his drone map and little red arrows and his guesses of where the body was found. And 3 pieces of evidence were found because he didn't really think it was important to map the other pieces of evidence that were found because, he already had 3 in his project. And let's see who wins the science fair competition for the Canton Middle School today.
Okay.
Objection.
Thank you.
May I return to the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
With the court's permission, may I publish this?
Oh, yes, we can't wait to see it. Please, Lally, please. Oh, it's a chart.
Ms. Gilman, if you could take that down.
Oh.
One moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Wrong chart, Lally? Oh, Lally. You need to tell Miss Gilman exactly what she needs to pull up. She's the hardest working woman in this courtroom, aside from Karen Reed.
Gilman, if you could enlarge that just a bit. Now, Trooper, there should be a laser pointer up on the stand before you. If you could, first of all, let me just ask you, recognize what's up on the screen now as the next exhibit?
Yes.
And again, if you could just explain to the jury sort of what we're looking at in this slide, and then using that laser pointer, if you could, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you have in this particular slide.
So I took an overview of the town of Canton. So this here is the GPS route. And then down over, I can barely see. Let me just look on the map here. It's not much better. The waterfall bar is right up, I can't really tell, honestly, from this, but it's on Washington Street. It's down here, I'm sorry. That's why I included an overview of everything so you could see the full range from the time period with that GPS locations.
Your Honor, if I may, just if it's possible, I don't know.
Keep your voice up.
I don't know if this is going to work any better, but if I could ask if we could turn the lights back on just so the witness can see
Sure.
what's before him, and then. With the court's permission, I think the map is still viewable to the jury, and now the witness can actually see the exhibit.
Can everybody see it?
And so again, sir, Trooper, I'm sorry. Now with visible before you, if you could just indicate again what we're looking at in this.
Yep. So when you zoomed in, it actually closed it out, but it's down over here is the waterfall bar. There's a couple of points there listed. And then right around here is when the GPS tracks go, and their route, once Waze is activated, down to 34 Fairview. There is a zoomed in version of by Fairview.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next slide.
It's your project, dude.
So,
So what are we looking at in this slide?
so this is the track. This one shows the 12:22, 12:22 and 14 second GPS point where right here where the little arrow is. That's exactly where they were when the phone is registering the ascending, descending stairs, like listed in Cellbrite.
That's exactly where they were. That's exactly where they were. And Trax data is better than Apple Health data. Okay, cool. So some of it we believe, some of it we don't. Well, let's just cherry pick what you want us to believe. And he was in the double-decker Lexus or the Stairmaster that she has in the back of her car.
If you could, using that laser pointer to illustrate to the jury where that point is in relation to where 34 Fairview Road is.
Yes. So this is where they were with the ascending, descending stairs. They would continue down through this little piece here, take the right onto Cedar Crest. They continue down Cedar Crest, missing Fairview right here, and then turn back around and then come to the house.
And this gentleman, if I could have the next slide.
Nothing says accuracy like a map with no landmarks,
Trooper,
says Joe.
What are we looking at in this slide? Specifically, if you could explain to the jury as far as the blue circle with the attached to the
If you
Lexus.
could look this way, please.
Attached to the LexisNexis tracks, if you could explain to the jury what that is and what that signifies.
Yeah, so as I said, we loaded this in through LexisNexis, and it gave us the GPS points for the route. The point is 348. I just want to double check. Yeah, point 348 is at
Yeah.
12:25 and 30 seconds. The blue circle is the estimated range, so how well the signal for the GPS is. And 34 Fairview is right pretty much by that L.
Gentlemen, if I could
Pretty
have the
much
next
right
slide.
by. Pretty much right by it, because we don't
Yeah,
need to be accurate.
there
It's
we go.
pretty much kind of sort of in the general vicinity
Is
of.
this essentially the same image, a little bit closer without the graphic as far as the LexisNexis?
That's correct. This is 34 Fairview right here, 32, and then again, this is where all the points are for the duration.
As far as the blue circle that's up on the screen, what does that represent as far as this particular point in time for this GPS point, 348 at 12:25 and 30 seconds?
Yes, this is as I said before, the range of accuracy due to satellite strength. So as I said, it blows out as it loses strength, and then will come back in as it gets better signal.
And we know, I mean, did you talk about the weather yet? Did you talk about the weather? Is this their swimming pool right here? So this is this is the swimming pool right here of 34 Fairview. If you can see my cursor on the screen, what looks like a, I don't know, concrete deck around it. When does the circle move towards the swimming pool? I don't know. The evidence is revealing itself to me. I'm a medium now. It's a pretty big circle, sir.
Gentlemen, if I could have the next slide. Again, Trooper, what's up on the screen? What are we looking at this as far as 12:25:31?
Same area where the 348 is. This is part 351. Again, as you can see, strength of signal blows out, encompasses almost the whole neighborhood. All the houses around.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next slide. And again,
Oh.
sir, Is this the same GPS point of 351, number 351 at 12:25 and 31 seconds?
Yes, it is.
The swimming pool is inside the Venn diagram now.
And if you could, again, just explain to the jury what we're looking at in the slide.
Same thing, just the degree of accuracy and the strength of the satellite signal to Officer O'Keefe's phone.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next slide. And again, sir, if you could explain to the jury what we're looking at in this slide and what time frame we're talking about.
Yep, this is point 349 at 32 seconds. Again, latitude and longitude, they're all right in the same area. And that's that.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next slide. Again, Trooper Guarino, is this the same GPS plotting point in the same time frame of 12:25, 32 seconds?
Yes, it is.
And again, if you could explain to the jury what we're looking at in And this in particular in relation to the earlier slides with reference to the accuracy that you were talking about.
Yeah. So again, the accuracy blew out as it lost signal, and now it's shrinking back in as accuracy gets better.
Oh,
Gentlemen, if I could have the next slide. And sir, what GPS point or what time frame are we looking at in this particular slide?
It's 12:25 and 33 seconds. Again, same area, lat long, right in the yard of 34 Fairview.
And Mr. Gilman, if I could have the next slide. Trooper Guarino, is this the same GPS point of number 348 and 12:25 and 33 seconds?
That's correct.
And again, if you could explain to the jury as far as the accuracy and what we're looking at in this.
yes.
Yep. So I believe they actually wasn't that much of a drop off. Yeah. So it went from 88 feet to 72 feet. So the circle still doesn't look like it really shrank much.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next slide, please. And again, Trooper, what time frame and what GPS point are we looking at in this one?
This is 12:25 and 34 seconds. Again, same thing right there, the corner of 34 Fairview and 32 Fairview.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next slide, please. Trooper Guarino, this is the same GPS point number 350, 12:25 and 34 seconds. Is that correct?
Karen, not just May of 2023. That's right. I thought you meant May 23rd. May of 2023 is when they did this mapping.
That's correct.
And again, using that laser pointer direct your attention to what we're looking at in this.
Yep. So 34 Fairview's here. So as I said, this point here is the last one where it sort of cuts out the little corner of the house, but everything's still showing directly. This is where it's believed to be.
Believed to be. He's not sure.
If I could have the next slide.
He didn't say this is where it was. This is where it's believed to be.
What time are we looking at in this one, sir?
This one's 35 seconds, 12:25, 35 seconds. Same thing. Again, GPS point's still saying it's right there where his body was. But again, it dropped from 72 feet of accuracy down to 59 feet. So it's going to show the outside only of the house.
So the signal strength is strengthening at that point, is that correct?
That is correct.
If I could have the next slide, Ms. Gilman. And again, sir, same GPS point of number 346, and same time at 12:25, 35, is that correct?
That's correct.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next slide. Trooper Guarino, with regard to this slide, what GPS point is being depicted and what time frame are we looking at?
This is GPS point number 345, and it's 12:25 and 36 seconds. Again, showing that the signal strength has, again, grown and gotten better.
As far as growing and gotten better, what accuracy or what degree of accuracy in feet are we looking at?
This is within 52 feet.
Within 52 feet.
This group, the next slide. And again, sir, this is the same as the previous slide, GPS point number 345, 12:25 and 36 seconds.
That's correct.
And again, if you could, using the laser pointer, just to illustrate to the jury what we're looking at.
Yep. As I said, there's any plotted points anywhere other than right in this area for the rest of the night. This is where it stays, and there's varying degrees of accuracy, but there's nothing ever showing it anywhere else
Varying degrees.
in that neighborhood.
Spotty service. Kind of, sorta. Big tape measure. Didn't go there till May of 2023 when we found out the feds were investigating, and sort of kind of like that. Sort of kind of like that, see? Margin of error within 100 feet, dead zone, not a great area.
I just gave it back.
If you could take a look at that and look up.
No spoilers.
Yep.
Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, this is a second map I created with the Cellbrite locations from their native locations. The previous one was from Axiom.
But we don't trust
So I used
Celebrite,
both
sir.
programs to map it.
Celebrite is not
Why did you
accurate.
use both programs, sir?
As I said, Axiom showed movement and degree of accuracy where Cellbrite doesn't. It just gives you the native locations. I use 2 programs so I can corroborate what I'm seeing in one is the same as the other, because if not, then I need to find out why.
So I can confirm my confirmation bias. So I use 2 programs so that I can get exactly the results that I was told to get in my scavenger hunt in May of 2023, because Proctor was breathing down my neck at the scene. He was breathing down my neck with his tape measure and all. And confirmation bias, maybe as such, and oops, Celebrate data. But we know Celebrate data is not accurate because Ian Whiffen told us that their timestamps are wildly inaccurate. So which is it? Pick a lane, friends. Pick a lane, Commonwealth.
And as far as the information from one program to the other program, were they corroborative of each other?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm gonna seek to
So they're
introduce
both
you.
wrong because they corroborate each other.
No objection. I think so. I think so. Trooper Guarino, starting with the first page that you have before you, first of all, do you recognize what's up on the screen as the first page of that next exhibit?
Yes, sir.
And again, if you could, using the laser pointer you have before you, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observe in this first page of this next exhibit.
Yes. So again, this is from the Waze app. They're tracked from 34 to 34 Fairview down Cedar Crest again, returning back here. So that's just the bottom half. I just wanted to get a closer view of where the GPS plots were from Celebrate.
Mm-hmm.
And the next slide is going. And again, sir, if you could explain to the jury what we're looking at in this.
So the purple dots are the GPS points and the route taken. As I said, goes up to, I believe that's 51 Cedar Crest, and then reverses back. And then this is the final point. It's right here. 34 Fairview is right here. There's a little yellow push pin on
Reverses
it.
back. Did she reverse all the way from Cedar
And
Crest to
again,
Fairview?
just from the timing of the plotting of the points and purple dots that you have there, if you could just, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to the path that Mr. O'Keefe's phone takes.
That's it.
If I could ask you first, if you could just illustrate to the jury this particular slide, where is 34 Fairview?
Right here.
Oh, yes, because of
And
the
if
Science
I
Fair
could ask
project.
you with the laser pointer to direct the jury's attention to the path of Mr. O'Keefe's phone in sequence, sort of how it travels and arrives at that location.
Yep. As I shown, goes down Cedar Crest, misses Fairview, goes up to here by the house with the pool, turns around, comes back, takes a right onto Fairview, and then stops ultimately right in between 34 and 32 Fairview, where there's like a flagpole and a.
Yeah, no, that's not what the witnesses said. Okay. First, she was in 3 different locations. So you're saying she stopped in only one location. So does that mean that Jen McCabe and Matt McCabe were lying?
Fire hydrant right there.
Can we find that in the next slide?
Patty says closed captions just called him Trooperino. I hereby baptize him Trooperino for the rest of this trial. Nicholas Guarino is now Trooperino. Excellent.
And Trooper Guarino, directing your attention to this slide, what are we looking at?
Again, I cross-referenced it with the points. This is Pine Cone Road, and then Maplecroft intersects here. And this is the ascending, descending stairs point in his phone. Doing a Google Earth elevation check. There's about a 20-degree dip, and then it goes up. And then as you go down Cedar Crest, the hill is about 50-foot elevation change again.
Can I get an
So
elevation
it's
check?
pretty significant.
Can I get an elevation check on
I'm sorry, sir. As far as the
Aisle
elevation
3.
change that you're talking about, how is that measured and how and where is that in reference to what's depicted up here?
So again, like I said, in this area here, there's about a 20-foot drop. And then as you go down Cedar Crest, that hill, it's about 50 feet. This spot here is the ascending, descending stairs. So as I said before, he doesn't have an iWatch on, so it's not collecting that great health data. It's still acting as a pedometer. So again, whatever movement he's doing is triggering something in the phone, as he's ascending and descending these hills.
Well, he was on the Stairmaster in the back of the Lexus. Didn't you know that after he was waving his phone? Hey, listen. Hey, Trooperino, did you go inside the house? Measure the elevation of the basement stairs or any stairs in the house, the upstairs, downstairs? Did you go inside the house and measure the elevation of the bulkhead stairs, that go from the back, the behind underneath the kitchen window in the backyard down into the cellar, those bulkhead doors, those we call them Bilko doors here on the East Coast in New York as such. Did you measure the elevation of those stairs or any stairs? And did you go inside the house and measure anything at all? Anything at all? No? Oh, I wonder why.
Essentially, it could be tricking the phone into thinking it's stairs.
Tricking the phone. Oh, now the phone trickery has entered the chat. The phone trickery, my friends.
Let's come in if I could have the next slide. Trooperino, what are we looking at in this one?
This timestamp is 12:19, 32 seconds. That's when the phone initially starts creating the GPS points before Waze is activated with 34 views searched. So this looks to be the time Waze is actually opened up.
And so from the purple dots that are depicted on the screen, as far as where is Mr. O'Keefe's phone at 12:19 a.m. in reference to 34 Fairview?
12:19 is right here. 34 Fairview's down all the way here. Number, you can't really see, but it's right in the bottom corner.
And the next slide.
I don't know. Like for my money, Trooper Paul is winning the science fair
This
competition.
is
'cause
the
at least he
same
had
map,
some
but
arrows
just
on his map.
minus the tracks, graphic.
I'm sorry, Trooper, I lost track of what page we're on. Is there any other pages in that exhibit for you?
Lally, we've lost track of your entire direct examination. Don't worry, we're with you. None of us are with you,
No, that's the last one.
actually.
May I approach this to retrieve your arm?
Yes.
Put us out of our misery, please.
Your arm, may we approach?
Okay.
Oh yeah, I'm sassy today, sarcastic. I'm not hot. It's been cool as cucumber in here, RVA. But this is just, they want us to believe this? Really? He doesn't even believe it. He said, the hot mic woman the other day said,
45-minute break here.
Amy. What'd she say? We're going to take a half an hour, 45-minute break? What?
That we have to do, so it'll be a little bit longer. I hear it's nice and cool back in the jury deliberation room. So we're going to take a half an hour, 45-minute break.
Half an hour, 45-minute break. We're a little behind, so this will give us an opportunity to catch up. OnlyFans all the time on Court TV in Norfolk Superior Court. Oh, we might be up at real time now, you guys. Look at us. Yeah, I had to stop a lot and go back over Karen's voicemails, and we had to go over the science fair project and, using the data as a shield and a sword. Oh, we're on real fans. We're on real time. Oh, for the love of the traveling Mary. What have we gotten ourselves into? What a day. What a day. Elf, thank you for gifting a membership. You're so very generous. Ms. McMall, thank you for the 10. No one has mentioned that the tow truck driver did a 3-point turn. Officer Paul says it was Karen. It wasn't. Go back and watch that video. Why hasn't anybody mentioned this? I don't know which video you're talking about. Oh, the video of the tow truck driver backing up Karen's car from her parents' driveway in Dighton onto the flatbed. Okay, great point. Thanks for your super chat. Keith Johnson, thanks for the 5. Great article in the LA Times about Marie Russell, who is legit expert on gang tattoos as well. 6/26/2000, one of a kind trauma doctor. I think a couple people did send that to me. I have not had a chance to really sit down and read it yet, but thank you for pointing that out. Everyone go look for it. Donzo, thanks for the 5. Why do attorneys need to ask if they can approach? Would there be an occasion where she could say no? It's just courtesy, court rules. Do you remember? Anybody see that wild video of that defendant who charged the bench and leapt over the bench and attacked the judge, jumped on top of the judge? It was wild. So yeah, that's what the safety reasons. They don't want people, invading the personal space of the people on the witness stand, which, is understandable. My nurse Kel, thank you for your 5. Hers would have said answered if she got voicemail. His would say missed if it went to voicemail. Hers would have said answered. That's the explanation for what we were listening to before, perhaps. My brain is still foggy. Not enough caffeine in the world today. Lisa, thanks for your super sticker. Mackenzie, thank you. McCabe, butt dialed and butt hung up, so no voicemail. Yeah. Like what, 7 times? And she just happened, and they went over that. How many times you have to touch your phone to actually make that happen? You have to butt dial once, then you'd have to butt dial again to hang it up to make it not go to voicemail. Otherwise, voicemail would pick up and it would record a call, just like we heard John O'Keefe's voicemail when Karen dropped the phone in the back seat of Carrie Roberts' car and Jen McCabe was on the phone calling 911. That's what would happen, right? Interesting. Melissa, thanks for your super sticker. Madam Roz, thanks for your super chat. Pervert, because he was curious about swinger party. Well, I don't really know anything about that. Hello, Melly. Thanks for the super chat. I just do not think it's right to put their relationship on blast when the other party, Officer John, isn't here to tell his side. I know, Melly, but look, Melly, they need a motive. They don't have to show a motive, but in a case like this, it would certainly help, right? And that's their big motive. A couple of voicemails where she's like, F you, you're an effing pervert. You're an effing pervert. You're effing another girl. Remember when he was ignoring her all day? This takes us back to the day voice messages, the text messages from earlier in the day where she said something like, if you're not into it anymore, just let me know. Is there someone else? If there's someone else, just tell me, I'll walk away. And then he ignores her all day when she's trying to make up with him because he was mad at her about the Dunkin' Donuts run with the niece. And he won't respond to her. He won't answer her calls. At one point he says, stop calling. And then he says, are you going to come here? Are you going to come here? Because I can't drive. And Kurt can't drive me home. And she goes back and forth because she doesn't really want to go. And then instead of hanging out with her after she actually comes to pick him up and she doesn't feel well and wants to go home, he decides to go to the after party without her. And she's mad. And I, for one, can see why. Doesn't strain my credulity. This whole interaction does not strain my credulity at all. And I don't think there's 9 women on the jury. Most of them are older. I would say 40s plus. So I think they're gonna get it. And if those voicemails were supposed to be the smoking gun, it doesn't make any sense to me. I wasn't floored by those voicemails. I think that there are some of us, many of us, who may have left worse voicemails than that. And we didn't take the life of anyone, or significant others, spouses, right? If we're all honest, I'm sure we can all say that. Nico, thanks for the super chat. Do you think on Cross they will replay Jen's 911? I hope so. And I hope that the AV guy has been able to clean it up. And they've also hired microdots from this trial for this trial. So if you don't follow microdots on all of the socials, go do it. They're amazing. Shelby say, what? Became a new member. Welcome, Shelby. DK, thanks for being a member for 8 months. D, you are one of the OGs. I know. You're an OG. I don't get how calm Jen McCabe can be in this moment, even if you're making up this story about how he died. John was her friend, and there's zero emotion. That's very disturbing. I agree. And that's also why Matt McCabe made such a huge point of talking about how great Jen is in a crisis. She's so great in a crisis. She's the one who goes and holds the family members' hands when they're grieving. And, she's so wonderful like that. I can't do that, he said. I can't do that. But you know what he can do? He can run recon up and down Fairview, taking pictures of the troopers outside, not Brian Albert's house, but the Asian house, as he put it. And by the way, there are 2 Asian men on the jury who might not feel so warm and fuzzy about that part of the testimony group message that Matt McCabe was confronted with. He can do that. That's what he does. He spies. He does spy work. He takes pictures of what the troopers are looking for. Run recon for Big Bry, because Little Bry is the son and it was his birthday. But they went to the waterfall to celebrate his birthday, but he has such bad anxiety he didn't even show up. And you can see based on watching the testimony of his family, why that poor kid has so much anxiety. And yes, he's in his 20s, but I'm still going to call him a kid. And they can't even get home in time for midnight to celebrate little Bry's birthday with his cake. Okay, so what's up with that? Chloe Albert's revenge. Thank you for the 5. But wait, what about Eve? 30 feet he was projected and the pirouette, right? Yeah, he was spun around by the car, did a pirouette. It only hit him on his right arm. The Lexus bit him and caused all of those injuries to the right arm. Didn't fracture the arm, though. Didn't make contact with any other part of his body. Did a pirouette, smashed his head on the curb, and then flew into the yard. Lally's impeaching his own witnesses now. Good job. Yeah, they're all contradicting each other. It's a joke. It's a circus. Kangaroo court would be too complimentary, so let's just go with circus on this. Indigo Eyes, thank you for becoming a member. Welcome, welcome. Helene, thanks for the 10. Prefacing this, I believe Karen Reed is not guilty, but curious, Melanie, what evidence would the Commonwealth have to show to change my stance? What, if any? Just curious. Show me evidence, physical evidence to his body that he was struck by a vehicle. I've been on the injuries since day one. This is my wheelhouse. This is what I do. Over 30 years practicing law in New York as a plaintiff's lawyer, representing not only the victims of SA against the Roman Catholic Diocese here in New York, but also accidents of all kinds, including mass casualty events, plane crashes, train crashes, dog bite cases. Show me some injuries that indicate that he was hit by a car. Bumper marks to his legs, hips, torso, bruising, something to show me he was hit by a car. I've seen nothing. And that would change my mind. I still wouldn't think it's murder, but I would perhaps agree that he was hit by a car. We've seen nothing. We don't even know his cause of death yet. We're on day, 28. We don't know how John O'Keefe died. We still don't know. Kika, thanks for becoming a member. Kika0503. Kathleen, thanks for your super sticker. And Lisa Garner became a member, as did Sarah Rosenhagen. Sorry, welcome. Welcome. David Linker, thanks for the 5. Guarino is a very popular name in Norwood and Walpole, Massachusetts area. They own a great bakery. I think Trooper Guarino. We have renamed him Trooperino. Should have stuck with the family biz. Yeah. Bake up some humble pie. See what I did there? Humble pie. Thanks, David Reese, for the 5. Cell phone GPS is normally accurate to 16 feet or 4.9 meters, not 3 feet. Great. Sounds like you know what you're talking about. Maybe you can go work for MSP. Chloe Albert's Revenge. Thank you for the 5. To all you naysayers who think all these people can't be in on a conspiracy, I say this is what you usually get when they try. Garbage in equals garbage out. And that's what my friend Ed Wallace would say from Duty Ron. Crime Time with Duty Ron and Ed Wallace. If you don't follow them, go do it. They've handled true crime from NYPD detectives' perspective. And Ed Wallace, who is the forensic expert, says garbage in equals garbage out. If you give them garbage data, they're going to give you garbage results. And a lot of these witnesses were given garbage data and told to come up with the results that fit the narrative. And that's what they did. Double Trouble 247. At least we know Matt McCabe saw Trooper Paul at the Asian house on February 1st. The scene spoke to him, but apparently no evidence revealed itself to him. That is right, Double Trouble. Excellent use of all of the verbiage that we've had to sit through during the course of this trial of 28 days. Thanks for the super chat. Carol, hello from Battersea, London. Hello to Battersea. How's your weather today, Carol? Thanks for tuning in from across the pond. We have a lot of international viewers here. The world is watching, my friends. Lori Life 360 for the win. Thanks for your 5. I baked caramel latte bread for everyone. I'm stress baking. Oh my gosh, I wish you could send it to us. Caramel latte bread. That sounds delicious. Ooh, would you make bread pudding out of that? when it goes stale. That sounds delicious. Lori Life 360 is in for the win again. In the Daybell trial, it was stated that moving one's arm is waving in a waving motion will log steps. Who was he waving to for 3 flights? Tamara, thanks for the 5. When they were measuring the distance from body to the door, did they also measure the distance to the back gate or the door by the garage? Probably not. Exactly. Exactly what I'm talking about. On top. Thank you for your super sticker. You're always on top of it. See what I did there? Chloe Albert's Revenge. Thanks for the 5. Unalive me, as you said. Sir, Mr. Unetti will be with you very soon on that. Sit tight. Cross-examination. Let's see. Dan Mellinson, thank you so much for your super sticker. Beyond Safe Words. Hello to Canada. Because I'm bored, I want to make a playlist suggestion. Bells and Whistles from the Migadoon Season 2 soundtrack as the Defense's theme song. Love it. Bells and Whistles going right on the list. Thank you. Tamara, thanks for another super chat. So he definitely probably likely was in Massachusetts. Come on. Strains microduality. Ooh, they're coming back. And we have made it to real time, my friends.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
All right, so Ms. Gianetti, did that give you enough time?
Oh, I had enough time. Yes.
Okay. All right, so
and
Ms.
Eddie,
McLaughlin, why don't I hear
sometimes.
you just briefly? If you could frame this, or Mr. Lally, whoever wants to.
Gonna
Yes,
do a
sir. The
little.
Commonwealth is moving to introduce a Google search the defendant conducted at 1:27 p.m. on January 29th, 2022. The Commonwealth would argue that the probative value of this Google search outweighs any prejudice to the defendant. The search in question is at 1:27 p.m. before the defendant had spoken to law enforcement. She conducted a search for DUI attorneys. The Commonwealth thinks that this is appropriate for the jury to hear as it rebuts the Bowden defense that the defendant has laid out. Not that she did not intend to commit John O'Keefe. The defense has been that the defendant is essentially what's been represented in opening court was framed that she had no intent or opportunity to commit these crimes. Further, that she was not intoxicated at the time. So the Commonwealth feels that the probative value significantly outweighs the prejudicial value. It goes to her state of mind at the time that the search was conducted. Further, it also rebuts that there was any impropriety in the police investigation, or that, as the defendant has put it, that the police did not search any or investigate any other potential culprits. It also would go to the defendant's consciousness of guilt at that time. This statement is before she voluntarily gave an interview with law enforcement. It goes to her state of mind prior to that interview. And so for all those reasons, the Commonwealth would suggest that that Google search is appropriate. And it's not a typical case where it's an invocation of counsel, where law enforcement had not engaged her, and it goes to her state of mind at that time prior to any police involvement, and further to rebut that there was any improprieties in the police investigation, or that they should have investigated anyone else.
Okay. So the Google search time is accurate for you. How come she wasn't searching murder attorneys? DUI attorneys. How come she wasn't searching murder attorneys? Okay. Come on with your bad self. This is new information. We didn't know about this Google search, but let's hear what defense has to say about it.
All right, and I appreciate, Mr. Lally, you bringing this to our attention to give us time to look at it. Ms. McLaughlin, I appreciate that you provided a very strong limiting instruction proposal. I'll hear you, Ms. Gianetti.
Thank you. Your Honor, you had asked at the time that I produce proof of the phone call from Michael Proctor to my client.
Oh, I didn't say proof. No, I asked if that was coming into evidence.
Okay, well, I'd like this marked for identification for the purpose of this argument, if I could.
Sure.
A phone call from Proctor to who? Yeah, and how did they just now find out about this? This is like a
Okay.
new Google search?
So let's have it marked for ID before I hear you any further. So Madam Court Reporter needs to mark it.
Madam
All right,
Court
and if I
Reporter.
may have that.
Madam Court Reporter needs to put down her athletic supporter to,
That a call was made from
This is just that a call occurred, right?
that a call was made from Michael Proctor's personal cell phone number, you can see the last 4 digits there, to my client at 1:19 p.m. on January 29th.
Okay.
Approximately 8 minutes before she calls to investigate a potential DUI attorney.
Okay,
Wow.
so focus on the law for me and tell me why I should
Okay, so he's saying that there's proof of a phone call from Proctor's personal phone, his personal phone to Karen Reed at 1:19, and at 1:29 she makes a Google search for DUI attorneys. What do you think he said to her during that call?
exclude this.
Of course, yes. With regard to the cases that the Commonwealth has cited, I think the court has seen, one of them is an unpublished opinion, the other is a homicide case. They couldn't be more distinguishable from this case. With regard to the unpublished opinion, that appears to have been a gun charge where the defendant in that case did a search for a 9mm handgun on his cell phone. He did not ask for Google or search in Google for a handgun attorney. He made a specific inculpatory search that the court ruled was relevant, and it was not outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice. In this case, we have a person being contacted by the police and then doing what a citizen has every right to do, which is to look for an attorney for representation. There's zero probative value to that, other than she's presumed to be innocent.
That's right.
And she's seeking an attorney to defend that presumption of innocence. That's it. There's zero probative value.
That's right.
But there is extreme and unfair prejudice in this case.
Right.
Part of the limited instruction that the Commonwealth has provided asks this court to instruct the jury whether her action in doing an internet search for an attorney indicates feelings of guilt by a defendant.
That's right.
I can't even believe that argument.
So let's just focus on the law.
I'm trying to, Your Honor. I'm
All right.
flabbergasted.
So what I'm going to do then is I'm going to stop you. So on the balancing,
I'm going to stop you because you have no right to, defend your client in front of a worldwide audience about how prejudiced it is that they want to insert the evidence that she was Googling for an attorney after Proctor called her on the phone, as any educated, normal, sane person would do. You don't even need to be highly educated to Google an attorney at that point when you know Proctor's coming for you and he's already called to tow your car pretty much by then. The jury's not hearing us.
act that I have to do, I find that the probative value is outweighed by the
What?
prejudicial
Okay.
impact. All right. So I'm not going to allow it in, Mr. Lally, in your case in chief.
Oh, not gonna
Now,
allow it in?
if you feel that through this witness or through any other witness, Mr. Lally, that it then is admissible, I just ask that you come to sidebar beforehand.
Wait, she said the probative value is
Absolutely, Your Honor.
Okay.
oh,
All right, let's
is
bring
outweighed
Trooper
by the
Guarino back
prejudice.
in,
Okay,
please.
she's not letting it in. Good. I almost lost my ever-loving mind. Spoke it backwards.
Yes, please.
Yeah, can you say appellate issues? She's not letting it in right now. Yeah, you're not allowed to want an attorney.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Like that's consciousness of guilt because you looked for an attorney. Really? Okay. Don't ever speak to the police without a lawyer. Okay. That's my little bit of my opinion for the day. They will use your words against you. Yep. Proctor called Karen on his personal phone, on her phone. Wow. Uncivil's going to scream. But she did say it's not coming in, right? He's going to let him ask and yet he object. All right, we're going to see what's going to happen because we are in real time now. We're going to watch this in all of its glory. Disabled Rebel, thanks for the super chat. How long till McCabe's are indicted for lying under oath? Trooperino. Sounds like a yummy Chef Boyardee meal. That's great. This is like cooked up by Chef Boyardee. The snow job. Please describe the ruling regarding the defense's experts. So Dr. Russell's going to be able to opine on a limited scope. She's going to be able to opine about the injuries to the arm, in her opinion, that it is a dog attack or an animal attack. She's not allowed to opine about his other injuries not being caused by a car accident. The other two highly qualified,
Mr. Lally?
good hair
Thank you, Your
experts
Honor. No further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
are
All
allowed
right,
to
Ms.
testify.
Finetti?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Lally, you left your material here.
Oh, his notes, read them. Wow. Thanks, Uncle Fredo.
Trooper Guarino, you've testified that you disagree in many respects with the findings of the defense expert, Rick Green, which he outlined in his affidavit submitted in connection with this case, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
I'd like to ask you some questions about your training and education and your qualifications in the area of computer forensics. You graduated from Westfield State University in 2003.
Yes, that's correct.
You majored in criminal justice and mass communications, correct?
Yes, I double majored.
Right. You chose not to major in computer science, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
2 years after graduating, you became a patrolman in Norwood, correct?
Yes, that's right.
The town of Norwood is right next to Canton, is it not?
Yes, it is.
You stayed as a patrolman in Norwood for 10 years with the Norwood Police Department, correct?
Minus a stint in the National Guard, but yes.
You then became a Massachusetts State Trooper in 2015,
Yes, I did.
and you spent 4 years in the patrol division of the Mass State Police, correct?
Yes, I did.
And that was until 2019.
Correct.
And 2019 was the first time that you took a forensic computer course. Would you agree with that?
No, that's not true.
Would you agree with me that since then, your training has mainly consisted of online courses and webinars?
That is also not true.
Okay, well, you list, with regard to your training, some in-person trainings, sir, but you list 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, actually, over 20 online courses, do you not?
Yes, that was during COVID.
He went to Zoom
well,
school.
2019 was not during COVID, was it?
2020 was
All right.
when I took most of them.
I got you, but you say 2019 to 2020 in terms of your online courses and webinars, correct?
There's quite a few, yes.
All right. And with regard to some of the courses that you were taking during that time period, would you agree with me that one of them was Introduction to Computer Networks?
So that course was through the NW3C.
I
They just
didn't
had
ask
it
you where it
multiple.
was from. I asked you whether one of the courses that you took
He's not
was called Introduction to Computer Networks.
That's correct.
And another course that you took was Introduction to Cell Phone Investigations, correct?
Yes.
Introduction to Previewing, correct?
Yes.
You hold no degrees in the field of computer forensics, do you?
I hold certifications.
You hold no degrees in the field of computer forensics or computer science, correct?
Like college degree?
Correct.
Yeah, correct.
Karen's like,
You have no publications in the field of computer forensics, do you?
No, not yet.
And you've never taught a course of computer forensics, have you?
No.
All right. Well, as a Norwood police officer for 10 years and a Massachusetts state trooper for 9 years, you would agree that you've written a lot of police reports over the years, have you not?
Yeah, you could say that.
Prior to becoming a Norwood police officer back in 2005, you attended a police academy, right?
Yes, I did.
And at the academy, one area of focus was the proper way to write a police report, was it not?
Amongst others.
You were taught that it's important to write police reports close in time to the events in question while they're still freshest in your memory, correct?
Mhm.
It's not necessarily the case.
Really?
Okay, so is it your testimony before this jury that it's preferable to wait months before you submit a police report
Yeah.
on something that happened months ago, sir?
Well, it depends on the data that I'm using. If I can't get into a phone, then yeah, I have to wait months.
But once the information is received that you need to write a police report, would you agree with me that it's important to record it in a report as soon as you can?
No, I stand by my previous statement that as soon as the data is available that I can do it, I will. And if, things come up, then,
Things come
I
up.
do it when it's able.
So I think you just,
Things come up because you know what? The murder of a Boston police officer, fellow brother in blue, not so important. Things come up, things get, pushed aside because the murder of a Boston a fellow brother in blue, not really at the top of my pile today. Not at the top of the list. I'm on Zoom doing another course. You know what I'm saying?
answered my question. You said
Right.
as soon as the data is available and you've completed your investigation.
I never said I completed. I said if the data is available,
Well,
then
let's say you've completed
can't.
your investigation, sir. Are you going to argue with me that it's preferable not to wait to record that data in a report?
Objection.
Ask it differently, Ms. Giannetti.
You were also taught that it's important to include all the important details in your police report, correct?
again, it depends on the report I'm writing.
Okay, so in other words, there are times when you're writing a police report when you intentionally leave out important details, Trooper. Is that your testimony before this jury?
Objection.
I'll allow that question. Is that what you do, Trooper?
No, ma'am,
Okay.
Your Honor.
So you would agree with me, going back to my question, that it is important to include all the important details in your report, is it not?
Again, it depends on the report that I'm writing. There's some data that goes in, there's some that doesn't. I can't have everything in. Again, for phone, I'm speaking to technically phone reports
Oh,
or cell phones, computers. I can't include everything. That's why we have the program that if I need to add something via Cellbrite or Axiom, I can create a report through that. If I did a handwritten report for everything, they'd be thousands of pages for the amount of data in these devices.
great. Let's
One-
see all your
one-
notes. Let's see all your thousands of pages of data. Ben says, as Marcia said, something suddenly came up. Who was the name of the boyfriend in the Brady Bunch that Marcia said that to? Anybody know? Put it in the chat. Something suddenly came up to that boyfriend.
One purpose of writing a police report is to share information with your fellow investigators, is it not?
Uh, well, I suppose so.
Another purpose of writing a police report is to be fair to the people that you're investigating by explaining as best you can what happened, correct?
I don't understand that question.
Okay. The fact is you did write some early police reports in this case dated February 4th, 2022, just 6 days after John O'Keefe was found mortally wounded on Brian Albert's front lawn, correct?
That is correct.
When you wrote those police reports, you knew this was a homicide investigation, correct?
I was told that it was believed to be yes.
So that underscored the importance of being accurate and truthful, correct? Especially in a homicide investigation?
I write my reports, no matter what the investigation is, the same exact way.
And the purpose of one of your February 4th, 2022 reports was to explain how you came into possession of John O'Keefe's cell phone and to note the extraction that you did on the phone. Do you recall that report?
Yes.
Yes, I do.
And
Listen
before
up.
writing that particular report, you spoke with Trooper Michael Proctor, did you not?
I received the phone from him, but
I'm sorry?
I received the phone from him originally, yes.
And when you received the phone, the two of you did not remain mute, right? The two of you chatted,
I don't remember the exact conversation.
but there was a conversation, correct?
I'm sure there was.
And you recorded what Michael Proctor told you about that cell phone in your February 4th, 2022 report, did you not?
No, I didn't.
Michael Proctor told you that on Saturday, January 29th of 2022, he and Sergeant Buchanan had responded to 34 Fairview Road in Canton. Did he not?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Yeah.
No, he didn't.
Well, you wrote in your very first sentence in that report the following, quote, on Saturday, January 29th,
Objection.
2022,
No, it's
Trooper
not.
Michael Proctor and Sergeant Yuri Buchanan of the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office responded to the unattended death of John O'Keefe at 34 Fairview Road in Canton. Those
That's
were
right.
your words, were they
Wrote
not?
that.
All right, so the objection sustained. You can ask it differently.
Did Michael Proctor tell you that he had received or retrieved John O'Keefe's cell phone from 34 Fairview Road in Canton?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
No, I didn't know where it was retrieved from.
So you lied in your report when you said that Michael Proctor went to 34 Fairview because you need to now toe the company line because Michael Marcy, your district attorney, your boss, went on television and social media in August of 2023 and said Michael Proctor was never at 34 Fairview on January 29th of 2022. But your report that you wrote on February 4th of 2022 says that he did. And now you have to admit that you lied in your report. This is not looking good.
You didn't know where it was retrieved from.
Correct.
All right.
Yep. You lied or
But
he
you
didn't lie.
did include in your report
He's probably telling the
that
truth.
while Proctor and Buchanan were on scene, they retrieved the cell phone of John O'Keefe, correct?
At some point during the day, they did. I don't know where from. So there was multiple.
Yeah, I'm asking about your report, Trooper. You know I'm questioning you about your report.
No, I understand. I'm explaining. I don't know
You
what
don't get to
scene.
explain, sir,
Oh.
most respectfully, until Mr. Lally questions you.
It's a yes or
Okay,
no.
so no comments. I think to speed things along, do you have your report with you?
How about this, Your Honor? How about you direct the witness to answer the question? Because that's your job. You are the, as you like to say, gatekeeper of this courtroom. How about you direct the witness to answer the question instead of making Mr. Yannetti try and pull teeth? Because he's an oral surgeon too, by the way. He's a JD, MD, or DDS, or whatever oral surgeon's degree. JD, DDS. He's got to pull teeth from these witnesses. Why don't you tell him to answer the question?
To Your Honor.
I think it'll make it easier,
Or
Mr.
can you read the
Yannetti.
first two lines of that report?
Let him grab it.
The report is true. I agree. He absolutely went to 34 Fairview on the day on January 29th.
Can you read the first two lines to the jury, please?
Yep. On Saturday, January 29th, 2022, Trooper Michael Proctor and Sergeant Yuri Buchanan of the Norfolk District Attorney's Office responded to the unattended death of John O'Keefe at 34 Fairview Road in Canton.
Yeah.
Through his investigation, was found O'Keefe was a victim of a motor vehicle homicide. While on scene, Trooper Proctor secured O'Keefe's phone and brought it to the Norfolk DA's office for forensic analysis.
While on scene.
So you'd agree with me that you included that clause, while on scene, they secured his phone, did you not?
I did write that.
Okay. And that was back on February 4th of 2022, correct?
Yes, it was.
Within 6 days of John O'Keefe being found mortally wounded on Albert's lawn, correct?
Yes, sir.
And at that time, you knew that the crime scene was 34 Fairview Road, correct?
No.
No?
Yet you put in your report while on scene, did you not?
Yes, I don't know what scene they recovered from. I know they went multiple places on the 29th. They
Okay.
didn't get back to me till 7:30 that night almost.
How many other scenes of the crime are there? Am I in the Twilight Zone? Could I have some Twilight Zone emojis? I wasn't sure which scene they were referring to. How many scenes of the crime did they go to? How many scenes of the crime are there? Oh, for the love of the traveling Mary. Let's hear that again.
Yet you put in your report while on scene, did you not?
Yes, I don't know what scene they recovered from. I know they went multiple places on the 29th.
Oh.
They didn't get back to me till 7:30 that night almost
So,
when I first got the
Well,
phone.
you'd agree with me that the Canton Police Department wasn't the crime scene, correct?
I never said crime scene in my report. I wrote scene.
oh,
Okay. Well, Canton Police Department was not the scene of any crime, was it?
I don't know. I don't believe so.
You don't know if the Canton Police Department was the scene of a crime. Is
I
that
don't
what
think it was.
You don't think it?
oh, it was. Oh, trust me, it was. Because that's
Now-
where they smashed the taillight into 1,000 pieces. And then, maybe they revealed themselves at 34 Fairview. So he doesn't know. That was very awesome. Ozzy, if you're here today, Ozzy Insider, if you don't follow her. Amazing reaction videos, amazing evidentiary videos with regard to this case. Listen, Ozzy, this is for you.
You don't know if the Canton Police Department was the scene of a crime. Is
I
that
don't
what you-
think it was.
You don't think it was? Okay.
I don't think it was. Funny. It's funny, isn't it?
Now, in that report, you were trying to establish the chain of custody of that phone, right? Because you described where it was found, where it was taken, and who had possession of it, correct?
I never said where it was taken. I said the phone was recovered on scene by Trooper Proctor. Again, I don't know where it was recovered from. I did find out later it was at Canton PD.
Well, hold on a second.
Dig.
Again, we're focusing on your report.
I know,
as
I'm
opposed
reading
to-
it.
As opposed to details you want to fill in now, okay?
Okay.
With regard to, you just testified that you never said where it was taken, yet previously you said it was taken to you, was it not?
No, I said recovered from,
Wait a minute.
the scene location.
Did Trooper Proctor take the phone to you and
Yes.
hand it to you?
Yes, he did.
Okay, so it was taken to you, correct?
That is correct.
All right. So you described in your report where it was found because you said while on scene, correct?
Correct.
And where it was taken to you, correct?
Yes, sir.
And who had possession of it, which was initially Trooper Proctor in terms of your observations, and then you, correct?
That is who brought me the phone to the DA's office. Yes.
And you would agree with me that chain of custody of a piece of evidence is an important detail in any criminal investigation, isn't it?
Yes.
Usually. Usually it is. Not so much here.
Would you agree with me that someone reading your report or listening to it as the jury listened today would understand you to be saying that Michael Proctor seized John O'Keefe's cell phone at 34 Road in Canton?
Objection.
Sustained.
All right. I'd like to ask you some questions about the extraction that you discuss in that same February 4th, 2022 report, the very same report. In that report, after you name the tools that you use to extract data from the phone, you indicated that a copy of that cell phone extraction was placed on a state police server, or was it a DA's office server?
DA's office server.
Okay, on a server so that it could be accessed there, correct?
That is correct.
But that extraction you placed on the server did not include all the potential data on John O'Keefe's phone, did it?
How do you mean?
Well, didn't you indicate in your report that the extraction was not inclusive of all potential data contained within the device?
No,
Oh.
that's not true.
Well, the extraction that you did contained communications, iOS messages, phone calls, social media communications between John O'Keefe and Karen Reed, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And it contained communications between John O'Keefe and Jennifer McCabe.
Yes, that's true.
It contained communications between John O'Keefe and Kerry Roberts.
I can't recall.
All right. But it did not include any communications between John O'Keefe and Julie Albert, did it?
Again, I can't recall.
And again, I'm talking about that initial extraction. That initial one didn't include any communications between John O'Keefe and Chris Albert, did it?
I only created one extraction of John O'Keefe's phone.
That extraction report also did not include any location data, did it?
No, it did.
You didn't note any location data in that initial report, did you?
Hmm.
In the February 4th report,
Correct.
I
Mhm.
didn't go through the data at that point.
All right.
This is just my extraction report saying that I got the phone, it was extracted and placed onto the server. And then I wrote, this report is not inclusive of all potential evidence, potential data contained within this evidence.
When was the first time that you reported on location data in this case?
I don't remember.
Wasn't until April of 2023, correct?
There was a reason for that.
Well, I didn't ask you if there was a reason for it, sir. You understood my question, didn't you?
Oh, he thinks it's
That's
funny.
correct. My first report regarding was in January.
Okay, what? You were talking about the murder of a fellow brother in blue, and there's something funny, sir? There's something funny, Trooperino, about this conversation? Shameful. There's nothing funny about this. Your testimony could potentially send a woman to prison for the rest of her life based on your shoddy investigation. And now you want to play word salad? Talking about scenes? You lied in your report that Trooper Proctor and Yuri Buchanan recovered John O'Keefe's cell phone from the scene at 34 Fairview. That was a lie. And now we're supposed to believe anything you say after that? And now you think it's funny. Okay, go on with your bad self.
On location data in this case.
replaying that?
I don't remember.
Wasn't until April of 2023.
April of
Correct.
2023.
Oh, there was a reason for that.
Well, I didn't ask you if there was a reason for it, sir. You understood my question, didn't you?
That's correct. My first report regarding was in January.
And,
Wow.
We're talking about John O'Keefe's phone now here.
Yeah.
You did not report on the location data on John O'Keefe's phone until April of 2023, correct?
I didn't look at the extraction initially.
And you also did not report on any Apple Health data until the spring of 2023, correct?
Again, I didn't look at the phone extraction. Trooper Proctor would have looked at it. I would have loaded it and given it to him.
Okay, so Trooper Proctor had access to the phone first, and then you took care of it.
Even
correct?
better.
He had access to the extraction that I would load onto Cellbrite for him to look at, where you can't change the data. That is correct.
And you would agree with me that you didn't address John O'Keefe's health or location data in any formal report until that April 23 report, correct?
That is correct. I never went through it.
Yeah, because
Right,
it wasn't
and
important.
You submitted your report in April of 2023 after you became aware of an affidavit filed by the defense expert, Rick Green, in which Mr. Green extracted and analyzed John O'Keefe's location data and his movements according to Apple Health data. Isn't that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Before Rick Green submitted that affidavit, no member of the state police homicide investigation team, including you, had ever looked at or at least reported on the location data for anyone present at 34 Fairview, correct?
Oh.
For the devices that we had, sir?
For John O'Keefe's device,
Yeah.
for Jennifer McCabe's device,
Uh,
etc.
I can't speak to that. I don't know.
All right,
Yeah.
but you didn't, correct?
Again, I didn't look at the extractions until later.
Right. So you hadn't looked at John O'Keefe's location data in particular prior to Richard Green pointing out the location data in his affidavit, correct?
Again, I don't know. I wasn't asked to look for that data when
Isn't
I
it-
did look at it.
Report on it, correct?
Yes, there's no report until then.
Right. Same with Jennifer McCabe's location data. You didn't report on that either, correct?
I didn't look at Jen McCabe's phone.
You didn't report on Brian Alberts or Colin Alberts or Brian Higgins' location data. Would you agree with that?
I didn't have any of their phone extractions to get that data, so I wouldn't be able to.
Yeah,
anyways.
wasn't
But
important.
when you finally did check the location data, I want to ask you about your testimony on direct examination that you believe that at a certain point, with regard to John O'Keefe's phone, the accuracy of the GPS points was within 3 feet. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes, sir.
All right. Can you show me where in any of your reports you specify that the GPS points are accurate within 3 feet?
I don't know. I don't have it in front of me.
Um,
In my reports or the
Your reports.
action report?
Yeah, no, any reports that you have in front of you or any that you reviewed, where is that?
What do you, that I wrote?
Is it in writing anywhere, sir?
Yes, I wrote in my report that we believe we were within 3 feet of the latitude and longitude points that were mapped in Sartopo when we
Which
went to
report is
scene.
that?
That is the second report that I did, sir.
The May of 2023 report?
May 9th, 2023.
Now, let me just have a moment.
Yep. It's page.
Notice how
That'll
he
be page
hums a
4 or 5.
tune
Should
when
be in
he's
the top
nervous?
there.
He hums a tune.
Paragraph 9.
Welcome.
Can read it if you'd like.
Hang on.
No, he asks the questions. You don't volunteer information. That's not how this works. Have you ever testified before? I bet you have. Since you're the go-to forensic
Would you agree
expert.
with me in paragraph 9? There is nothing that mentions that the accuracy is within 3 feet?
From the program?
No, I'm asking you about a report
report.
that you authored, that you just mentioned to this jury.
It's in paragraph
Now,
12. I'm sorry. It says, Trooper Proctor and I began to measure.
I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Do not read your report. Nobody asked
Sorry,
you to read your
sorry.
report. Good, Judge. Why don't you
I wrote,
direct the
Trooper
witness?
Proctor and I began measuring the approximate
I'm not
location.
asking you to read it.
Oh,
You're-
okay.
You're mentioning paragraph 12 and
Yes, sir.
you're talking about one particular spot in that, correct?
Yes, that is the spot that we
All right.
pointed on our.
Now, with
Location.
regard to John O'Keefe's phone, Would you agree with me that it's important to properly handle and secure a cell phone that is seized in connection with a homicide investigation?
Yes.
Was it important in this investigation to properly handle and secure John O'Keefe's cell phone since he was the homicide victim?
I mean, it was. We locked it in a secure evidence lab.
All right. Well, you testified that the first time you reported on
Jury's there.
in your investigation or your evaluation of the location data, that was in your April 24th, 2023 report, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in that report, you revealed that you looked at his location data using Axiom software, correct?
Yes, sir.
And Axiom is a competitor of Celebrite?
Did you say that? Yeah,
And Axiom is relied on by law enforcement across the country?
I believe so.
And you relied on it here in terms of this issue of the location data, did you not?
I used multiple programs, but yes, I used Axiom as well.
And regarding the location data that you examined with regard to John O'Keefe's phone, you noticed, or you noted, I should say, that after a period of no speed having been registered for a period of time, John O'Keefe's cell phone started registering movement at 6:04 or 6:15 a.m.?
6:15 a.m.
6:15 a.m., and that's actually 6:15 and 36 seconds, correct?
I don't have it in front of me, but I believe that's correct.
Sounds right?
Yeah.
And at that point, his phone registered a speed of 0.0484 meters per second.
Just want to confirm.
Sure.
Is that the second report or the first report? I'm sorry. There it is. Yep. 0.0484.
0.0484 meters per second,
Yes.
and that's at 6:15 and 36 seconds?
Yes, it is.
All right, so now, as you were examining that data, sir, you certainly knew from this investigation by that point that when the phone was moving, according to that data, at 6:15 and 36 seconds on January 29th of 2022, John O'Keefe had already been found mortally wounded and incapacitated, correct?
From the voicemail message, that's how I was able to. I don't know the exact timeframes that he was found and transported, but I know 6:08 from Miss Reed's voicemail that the 911 call is made, and
Okay,
they're on scene.
I think we're talking over each other here,
Yeah.
because what I'm asking is, you knew that by 6:15 and 30 seconds in the morning on January 29th, John O'Keefe had already been incapacitated and mortally wounded. That was my question.
Oh, yes, that's sorry.
Okay.
I misunderstood.
So you knew from your investigation that meant it could not have been John O'Keefe moving with his phone at 6:15 and 36 seconds, correct?
That is correct.
It had to be somebody else, correct?
Mhm.
Yes.
Would you agree with me that once investigators took possession of John O'Keefe's phone, any movement of his phone after that would not help in your homicide investigation, would it?
I don't understand. So,
So in other words, John O'Keefe's been incapacitated.
yes.
Somebody from law enforcement seizes his phone. Would it help your investigation or the investigation of the Norfolk Detectives Unit to track and record location data on that phone after 6:15 a.m.?
Well, it's there. I did look at it. It goes to Canton PD and then later comes to the
I
office.
asked.
No.
I didn't ask if it's there. I know it's there. I'm asking you, does that help you in your investigation of a potential, of a homicide, to track the phone and have that location data recorded on the phone after John O'Keefe could not have been the one moving with it?
No, not necessarily.
No, that's not important, really?
In fact,
Credibility
if
shot,
the phone
dude.
is manipulated in some way after investigators take possession of it, that could potentially harm an investigation, couldn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, to preserve the integrity of the data on the phone as it existed before the police took custody of the phone,
Mhm.
there is a way to stop the phone from recording location data, again, after the police take custody of the phone, isn't there?
Yes, if you can, place it into airplane mode.
Yes, yeah, you mentioned on direct examination that it could be accomplished by putting the phone into airplane mode, correct?
That is correct, sir.
But When that phone was seized, no investigator put the plane into airplane mode that early morning because you know that location data was found on that phone, correct?
I don't know when it was placed in airplane mode,
But you
but
know it wasn't by 6:15 a.m.,
that is correct.
And there's also another way to prevent any signal from entering or exiting the phone. You'd agree with that?
Yes, there is.
During your direct examination, you mentioned the concept of a Faraday bag.
That is correct, sir.
A Faraday bag has special fabric that blocks electromagnetic signals entirely, does it not?
Yes, sir.
So putting the phone into a Faraday bag would be another way to stop the phone from recording location data while the phone's in police custody, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you'd agree with me that during that early morning hours, as of 6:15 a.m. and thereafter, no investigator in this case put that phone into a Faraday bag on January 29th, correct?
Not to my knowledge.
No, I mean, they were using red Solo cups from a neighbor to collect blood evidence. So, I mean, Faraday bag. They didn't even have, they put them in a Stop and Shop bag. They didn't even have evidence bags. God forbid they have a Faraday bag. I asked him if he knows what a Faraday bag is. I'd be interested because Trooper Paul doesn't know about what confirmation bias is. So, JW.
In fact, after John O'Keefe's cell phone started registering movement at 6:15 and 36 seconds in the morning on January 29th, it continued to record location data the rest of the morning until 11:56 and 1 second a.m. on January 29th, correct?
I don't know the exact end time, but I know it does have GPS data points throughout the day.
Oh, not important. Not important.
So you would agree with me that for several hours after the police had the phone, it was not put in a Faraday bag and it was not put into airplane mode, correct?
That is correct.
All right. Now, with regard to the voicemails that you've previously testified to and that the jury has heard and they've been introduced into evidence, you had testified on direct examination that Karen Reed's phone connected to the Wi-Fi at 1 Meadows Ave at approximately 12:36 in the morning.
Yes, sir.
So you can testify based on that by 12:36 in the morning, Karen Reed was not at 34 Fairview, correct?
That's correct.
And that was the first of those voicemails that you testified to, correct? That was the I hate you voicemail?
Yes, that's 12:37, correct.
Okay. And that voicemail and every other voicemail that the jury heard was left after Karen had left 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes, sir.
And except for the one at, after 6 in the morning, the 4-minute one when she went back, we heard that one. But all the other ones were apparently left when she was at 1 Meadows, correct?
I can't speak to where she was, but
But she wasn't at 34 Fairview.
yes, that's correct. She wasn't at 34.
And you would agree with me, based on those voicemails and what you know about them and what we've just discussed, that no one at 34 Fairview, including Jennifer McCabe, could have witnessed Karen Reed outside that residence at 12:45 a.m., correct?
No, I don't believe so.
So you agree with me? No one could have, including Jennifer McCabe, could have seen her at 12:45 at 34 Fairview?
As I said, she auto connects to the Wi-Fi at 12:36, so no, she wouldn't have been there.
All right. Now,
Bang, 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 bang. If you haven't seen the Bang Bang video, go find it. I don't know where it is, but I can't get that song out of my head. Bang, 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 bang. It's Alan Jackson's voice made up into a mashup by somebody who's very talented. I'm not sure who did it. Lally said in his opening statement that Karen backed into John at 12:45 a.m. It's in his opening. And this Trooperino, just told us it's impossible. She was home. She connected to the Wi-Fi at 12:36. Bang, 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 bang. I can't get the song out of my head. It's like an earworm. Yeah, there's a look.
We've talked about
confidence.
the,
She's feeling better now.
Findings of, or the fact that you reviewed the findings of Rick Green by reading the affidavit that he submitted, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you learned in that affidavit that Rick Green was able to track not only when John O'Keefe arrived at 34 Fairview, but also the route that he and Ms. Reed took to get there on January 29th, correct?
I don't recall his report fully, but
You learned that he was able to accomplish that by examining the data from the app Waze that you spoke of, correct?
yes, I did find that myself.
All right. And Waze is spelled W-A-Z-E, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you've previously testified it's a commonly used app for driving directions and navigation.
Yes, sir.
And regarding your analysis of the phone, you learned that there was Apple Health data from John O'Keefe's phone on January 29th of 2022, correct?
That is correct.
And Apple Health data can reveal a number of steps that a person has taken during a given time period, as well as whether that person is going up or downstairs, correct?
Yes.
And on John O'Keefe's phone, you learned that there was Apple Health data that tracked his steps from the time he's seen on surveillance video leaving the Waterfall Bar and Grill and moving forward after that, correct?
I don't know anything about the Waterfall Bar video. I just have the timestamp from the phone showing it at around 12:12
Okay.
at the waterfall.
All right, and it actually was between 12:11 and 9 seconds, and then the ending period of that first time period was 12:21 and 5 seconds. And then you.
Oh, yes, from the health. Thank you. Yes, yeah.
Okay, from the Apple Health. And the data showed that he took a total of 170 steps between that time period, correct?
That's what the phone registered. Yes.
All right. And regarding those 170 steps, isn't it true that this data from Apple Health signifies that 170 steps took place at some point during that 10-minute approximate time period?
No.
So is it your understanding that those 170 steps all took place at 12:11?
No. Again, like I said, the phone is a high-tech pedometer. It doesn't mean that steps were taken. It means the phone was manipulated in a way that it believed it was moving and taking steps.
Oh, I see your objection. Okay, so.
Sorry.
Yeah, let's talk about manipulation of evidence. Let's talk about manipulation. You're going to stand here in front of a worldwide audience and opine through your Zoom courses that Apple Health data is inaccurate. Okay. Go on with your bad self, Trooperino. Go on.
Yeah, let's assume there were steps for the purpose of this discussion.
Yeah.
Okay, and they could have been steps, correct?
They could have been, yes,
Okay,
but
all right, so let's
no way to prove.
let's assume that for now.
Okay.
Assuming there were 170 steps taken, that could have meant that John O'Keefe took 170 steps beginning at 12:11 within that time period, correct?
It's saying again, the time frame that it gave me is 12:11 to 12:21.
Right, yeah, so in other words, he could have started walking at 12:11, correct?
Yes.
All right, but he also could have taken that 170 steps closer in time to 12:21, correct?
Well, at that point, he's in the car.
I'm not asking about where he was.
Could not
or
have
your
been,
testimony.
no.
I'm just asking about with what the data shows. If
And
it
I would
shows
say no.
If it shows 170 steps between 12:11 and 12:21, then strictly based on the data, you don't know where those 170 steps took place within that 10 minutes, correct?
To a degree, yes.
Okay. And it's possible it could have been toward the beginning, toward the end, or maybe fairly evenly spaced, right? You just know that there were 170 steps that were taken in that 10-minute time frame, correct?
Again, that's assuming that they are steps.
Right. And again, I'm asking you from the data itself.
Again, the phone says it's steps, doesn't mean they are.
All right. Well, the Apple Health data also showed a total of 80 steps between 12:21 and 12:24.
Correct.
As part of your investigation of this case, were you aware that there was a 12:23 text message from Ryan Nagel to Julie Nagel in which Ryan texted his sister Julie he had arrived at 34 Fairview?
Objection.
Sustained, you can.
Shouldn't it be part of his
In
investigation?
any case, you would agree with me that 12:23 is between 12:21 and 12:24, correct?
That is correct.
And that is the 12:21 to 12:24 time frame where the Apple Health data showed that the user of John O'Keefe's phone took 80 steps, correct?
Yes.
Now, John O'Keefe's Apple Health data also showed that he climbed up or down 3 flights of stairs between 12:21 and 12:24, correct?
Yes.
And that's the same period in which the data reflects 80 steps, correct?
It's off by about 12 seconds. 12:22, 22. That's right. 12:24 and 22 seconds was the ending for the stamps, but 12:24 and 37 seconds.
Okay, but
Yeah.
approximately. the same
Approximately,
time.
yes.
All right. And regarding going up and down those 3 floors, Apple does not provide data precise enough to determine when within that range the 3 floors were transversed, correct?
There was a second point at 12:22 and 14 seconds that had specifically on stairs.
Okay. And you would agree with me that, and again, assuming that they were stairs as Apple Health data reflects, those stairs could have been ascended or descended toward the beginning, toward the end, or throughout that 3-minute time period, correct?
In this case, no, because there's a set point that's in the Cellbrite report that shows it's 12:22 and 14 seconds.
All right. Finally, his Apple Health data also showed a total of 36 steps between 12:31:56 and 12:32:16, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
So I would like to direct your attention to your May 9th, 2023 report, which was the second report that you wrote that we've already referenced,
Yes, sir.
specifically paragraph 15.
Okay.
You wrote that O'Keefe's health data in Celebrite shows him ascending, descending 3 flights of stairs at 12:22 and 14 seconds. Did I read that accurately?
Yes, sir.
And the native locations in Celebrite and the cached locations in Axiom both show O'Keefe's phone location by the intersection of Oakdale Road and Pinecone Road, which is in front of 36 Oakdale, and which is approximately a little over a half mile from 34 Fairview. Did I read that essentially correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you stand by the statement that he ascended and descended 3 flights of stairs precisely at 12:22 and 14 seconds?
I'm going by what Cellbrite has given me from that time point, and that's what I used.
Isn't it true that what the Apple Health data actually state is that John O'Keefe's phone went up and down 3 flights of stairs sometime within the time period that began at 12:22:14 and ended at 12:24:37?
I can't speak to it. I don't know. This is what, again, I'm looking at the report. This is what the information that is parsed out of the phone is giving me.
Right. I'm just asking about the data itself. It gives you that time period and it tells you 3 flights of stairs, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
All right. So assuming that those 3 flights of stairs were ascended or descended closer in time to 12:22:14, which was within that time period, that would still give him time to arrive at 34 Fairview within a couple minutes later, would it not?
I'm sorry, the time,
Yeah, so we have a time period that you've agreed with, which is 12:24:14, ending at 12:24:37, right? A little over a couple of minutes, like 2 minutes and 23 seconds.
yeah, about that.
All right. So the 3 flights of stairs, again, just according to the data, could have been ascended or descended at the start of that time period, correct?
No. I'm confused what you're trying to say. So you're saying that he's at the house already at
I'm not asking
12:22?
about the house. I'm asking about the data.
No, I know, but I'm asking about when you're saying he arrives in that data range.
No, I'm just
confused.
Tell them the guy never went in the house.
I'm strictly asking you just to look at the data.
Yeah.
And you agree with me, whenever there's a time period and Apple Health returns either steps or stairs, you can't pinpoint just from the data when they occurred within that time period, correct?
Objection. Your Honor, may be helpful if counsel could refer to which data he's talking about and not just keep
I
saying.
did. I'm
All I'm hearing is
talking about the Apple Health data. I thought that was
Do you know
clear.
which data Ms. Gianetti's referring to specifically?
I'm slightly confused. I know you said that time frame that I wrote in my report for that 12:21 to 12:24. And then, as I stated before, Cellbrite shows a specific time point of 12:22 and 14 seconds when the stairs are ascended,
Okay,
descended.
there's no question on
why
the
I'm
table.
confused.
Stop.
We're going to get to that, but
Okay.
I'm not asking you about that. I'm asking you about the fact that there's a time period and you can't place where within that time period, just based on that data itself.
Yeah, that's what's recorded and shown to me. So again, that's what it's shown. I
Okay.
can't say otherwise.
Your conclusion was that John O'Keefe could not have been at 34 Fairview Road at 12:22 and 14 seconds because Waze put him on Oakdale Road about a half mile away, correct?
12, yes, correct.
All right. And that caused you to disregard the Apple Health data or to attribute it not to steps or to stairs because he was a half mile away between that 12:22 and 12:24 time period, correct?
Yes, I attribute it to movement.
All right. So I want you to assume for a moment, Trooper, that John O'Keefe's phone location actually showed him on Oakdale Road 3 minutes earlier at 12:19 a.m. Okay, if you have that in mind?
You okay?
All right. With that
Yeah.
assumption, would you agree with me that the Apple Health data about him taking 80 steps and climbing up or down 3 floors at 34 Fairview Road would make more sense?
Objection.
Sustain.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Sure.
Yeah. You approach. Dave, you approach. Trooperino is all confused. Trooperino's confused because he might have to bang, bang.
Sir, are you aware that apps on an iPhone may pull data from 3 different clocks when they're timestamping location data?
You mean like Mac absolute time or Apple
I'm
Cocoa
asking
time?
you. Are you aware?
Multiple timestamps that are in an iPhone, correct?
That's not my question. My question was, are you aware that an app on an iPhone may pull data by choosing from 3 different clocks when it timestamps location data?
Yes.
What are those 3 separate clocks?
Depends on the program.
Oh, did they teach that in your Zoom class? I love how he's testing him here. What are those 3 separate time clocks?
It could be the Mac absolute time. It could be the Unix epoch time. Sorry, there's like 2 others. I don't remember them all off the top of my
With
head.
regard to John O'Keefe's actual iPhone, did you research what clocks were available for apps to pull data from?
No, I didn't.
Not important to be accurate in the death
Are
of
you
a police
aware
officer.
that those 3 clocks can vary in time?
Yes.
Sometimes for a matter of seconds.
What do you mean? So
In other words, the 3 clocks could be seconds apart, correct?
I would have to see the data.
Okay.
And you would agree with me that sometimes the clocks could be off by 3 minutes, correct?
No, again, I would have to see the data.
May I approach?
Yes.
Went to the Jen-
Mr. Lally, did you get a chance to look at that?
Went to the Jen McCabe School of Testifying. I would need to see that. Show it to me. Show me the receipts. Need to see it. I don't want to misspeak or perjure myself, so I need to actually see it.
Okay, Trooper, I'm going to place this before you and ask you to review it, directing your attention specifically to what is marked process 3434.
Okay.
If he says my memory is exhausted, I'm going to lose it.
Do you see the process 3434 highlighted in blue on what I've placed before you?
Yes, sir.
And with regard to the right side of that exhibit, do you also see process 3434 with more information on the right side?
Yes.
And do you see the 3 different clocks that are listed on that printout?
I do.
What are those 3 different clocks?
Sorry, it's a bit blurry. Monotonic date time, baseband date time, and then display date time.
And looking at that, and by the way, do you recognize that as being information that was available from John O'Keefe's phone from the extraction?
Yes.
I would offer that as an exhibit, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. Lally?
No,
Yes.
Your Honor.
It's really, really bad for my case. I object.
What are we going to call that, Mr. Yannetti? How are we going to refer to that?
It could be called, a printout regarding 3434.
Sometimes
print
the
out
closed
the document
captions types Mr. Yannetti as Misty and Eddie.
Thank you, thank you. Now you have Exhibit 640 in front of you, sir.
Fun fact.
Looking at 640, is it clear to you that those three clocks were not in sync regarding that one process number?
Yes.
In fact, the monotonic clock regarding this particular Waze artifact from John O'Keefe's phone says 2:22 a.m., while the baseband and display clocks have timestamps 3 minutes earlier, correct?
222.
Yes.
So if there's a 3-minute difference between the clocks, well, strike that. Do you know, with regard to that 2:22 a.m. location data on Waze, do you know which clock Waze was using for that? Or the iPhone was using with Waze?
I don't. Didn't look through Axiom. I was using Cellbrite for that.
Oh,
Okay. But certainly that would have been available to you had you looked at it, correct?
Well, but the artifact you show me is from the power log. It has nothing to do with the GPS, so it's not correct.
You could have looked at that exhibit, right?
Yes,
The
and
information in that exhibit to see the 3 different clocks, sir?
Yes, but I can explain why this is incorrect.
All
We're not
maybe Mr.
asking for your
Lally will ask you.
Sounds
All right.
good.
But you would agree with me if there's a 3-minute difference between the clocks and you don't know which clock was used to put John O'Keefe's phone on Oakdale Road at 2:22 a.m., that could explain, let me just have a moment.
he still thinks it's funny.
No, I know what you
We're
meant.
laughing.
Mr. Jackson, thank you. I'm sure everybody else did. With regard to the 3-minute discrepancy between the clocks, and you've said you don't know which clock Waze was using to put John O'Keefe's phone on Oakdale Road at 12:22 a.m.
Yes.
That could explain the discrepancy between the Apple Health data and the Waze data, could it not?
No.
But as you sit here today, you don't know whether Waze was relying on the baseband, display, or monotonic clock, correct?
Again, can't be used for that.
Now, you're aware that Jennifer McCabe signed a consent form on February 2nd of 2022 for her cell phone to be imaged?
Yes.
And a full forensic extraction was performed on that phone sometime shortly after February 2nd of 2022?
I don't remember the exact date. I didn't download her phone.
But in any case, you generated a Celebrite full file system extraction report on May 31st of 2022, correct?
Yes.
And you were aware that that Celebrite report was the one that was turned over to the defense in this case, correct?
That is correct.
But you'd agree with me that that extraction report didn't contain anything close to the full file system, despite the name on it, correct?
It did.
Well, that report was filtered to return only Jen McCabe's communications with Karen Reed, Kerry Roberts, John O'Keefe, and Kaylee Furbish, correct?
That is not correct.
Did Michael Proctor instruct you to pull only those communications?
Objection.
You didn't seek to obtain
Do you see how he just looked for the objection? He did not answer. He was not even going to answer. They cherry picked what to extract from Jen McCabe's cell phone. Watch his look.
Furbish, correct?
That is not correct.
Did Michael Proctor instruct you to pull only those communications?
Objection.
You didn't seek to obtain any of Jennifer McCabe's communications with her sister, Nicole Albert, did you?
I didn't go through, like I said, didn't go through Jen McCabe's info.
And you didn't seek to obtain any of her communications with her daughter, Allie Albert, did you? I'm sorry, Allie McCabe.
Objection. May we approach?
Sure.
You didn't seek to get any of her communications with her daughter, Allie McCabe. Why is this important, you say? Because Allie McCabe was allegedly Colin Albert's ride home from 34 Fairview. They have some screenshots of some text messages between themselves, which a lot of people think are doctored.
Info.
And you didn't
Or
seek to
proctored.
obtain any of her communications with her daughter, Allie Albert, did you? I'm sorry, Allie McCabe.
Allie McCabe.
Objection. May we approach?
Allie Albert. I like that. Allie Albert. Might as well. Might as well be. Mick If you said Allie Mick Albert, that would have been fantastic. Oh, look at that. We're coming up on real time soon.
You would agree with me that the full forensic image of Jennifer McCabe's phone was not shared with the defense until it was requested by us in October of 2022, sir?
That is not true.
When you wrote your report on April 24th of 2023, in response to an affidavit provided by Rick Green, the defense forensic computer expert, it was in that report that you finally disclosed for the first time the existence of 3 Google searches by Jennifer McCabe, correct?
Objection.
All right, so ask that differently.
Prior to April 24th of 2023, you had not reported in any formal manner with anything that was shared with the defense about the existence of 3 Google searches by Jennifer McCabe, correct?
I never looked at Jennifer McCabe's phone.
And so was there anybody else from your unit or anybody else that you worked on that provided that material to us?
Not that I know of.
All right. Page 2, if I may just have a moment.
Thanks, Linda. But you should have. Blavius Benson says, yes, you should have.
Your Honor, we don't have a printout, but I have it on a.
So don't
approach with that?
approach the witness with that?
With the
Okay,
laptop?
Show it to Mr. Lally first.
Does anybody really know what time it is? Does anybody really care? Who sang that song?
It's
going on the playlist.
Computer.
Yep.
Sorry, sir. You take a moment to familiarize yourself with that. Do you understand, or can you tell the jury what that is?
Yep, this is you could put in a PDF. This isn't one I gave to you. This is a PDF version of the UFED reader report that I gave. So I gave the portable Cellbrite version to you. This is a copy of it, and I will not testify that anything in this is correct because this could have been filtered.
But your name is on there, is it not, sir?
Yes, it is.
All right, and what's the date?
May 31st, 2022.
Thank you.
And it's Chicago, I believe. Does anybody really know what time it is? Does anybody really care?
Okay. You'd agree with me with regard to that April 24th of 2023 report. On page 2, you state, quote, in my initial Celebrate UFED reader report, and then you put version 7.53.0.29, that was created on May 4th of 2022, the search history for Jennifer McCabe's phone had 2 Google searches in Safari, correct?
Yes.
And you list out how long TI die in CIKD at 6:23:51 and Hoslong to die in cold at 6:24:37, correct?
That is correct.
And by the way, with regard to the timing of those 2 particular searches, you are aware, are you not, that Jennifer McCabe placed a call to Brian Albert at 6:23:0?
I don't have it in front of me. I don't.
Let's give it to you. Margaret, you're ahead. Marguerite. Marguerite. Let's give it to him.
Familiarize yourself with that and then tell the jury if you recognize what it depicts.
Have a call log that says 20888 with no name at 6:23. That's incomplete because there should be 3 other records accounting for this call.
Okay, but that record itself reflects a call from Jennifer McCabe's phone at 6:23:0.
I don't know. There's no number on here, so I can't tell. It just says it's a call log with 1 call that's not answered at 6:23 in the morning doesn't say who it's from or who it's going to.
Okay.
It also is incomplete because there should be 2 other records with this. This is from the call history stored data wall, marked as deleted.
It's marked as
Deleted.
deleted. Does it give a duration?
Thanks.
It
Thanks
just
for-
says duration 0 seconds.
Okay, and does it reflect that it was unanswered?
Deleted.
Okay. May I have that marked for identification, please?
Okay,
Yeah, burning down the house. Love talking heads.
thank you.
She needs to move her athletic supporter to her left
Did
hand while
you
she marks her right
investigate
hand.
whether a call was placed from Jennifer McCabe to Brian Albert at 6:23 in the morning in 0 seconds?
I didn't look at any specific calls that morning. I created a Cellbrite report. That's about it.
Did you ask either Ian Whiffen or Jessica Hyde to look into that issue?
Objection.
Sustained.
You would agree with me that that call and the record of that deletion of that call is nowhere in your April 24th report, correct?
I believe it's in my May 9th report.
All right, but I asked you about your April 24th report, sir.
I didn't address anything regarding phone calls in my April 24th report.
All right, now going back to when you began your examination around May 4th of 2022, you were looking for information on, did you look on Jennifer McCabe's phone back in May 4th of 2022?
Did I physically open the phone or did it
Did you review the data at all?
I'm confused, on the cell phone itself or from the report?
Either way.
No, her phone was returned to her and then we had the extraction. I did not utilize the extraction at all.
You never included the two searches that we discussed, how long TI die in CIKD and Hoslong to die in cold, in the full file system extraction that was turned over to the defense, did you?
They were included.
Well, page 6 of your April 24th, 2023 report goes on to state that when you switch to a new version of Celebrite, and this
Sorry,
one dropped out.
Yeah, it was the phone call, the power log.
Page 6 of your April 24th, 2023 report says that when you switch to a new version of Celebrite Physical Analyzer, which was version 7.61.0.12, you found an artifact from the browser state DB wall file for a Google search of Hoslong to die in cold at 2:27 and 40 seconds, correct?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
I didn't see the comment from whoever it was that said that they didn't
As
like me
Exhibit
interrupting,
99.
but I wish I did so that I could pin it up on the comment of shame. Plenty of other places to watch this coverage, sweetie. So if you don't like it, that's what I do. I commentate. We stop, we rewind, we go over it. Peace out. There's the door. Thanks. Love you.
Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is that?
It's the searches that were done at 6:23 regarding the misspelled how long to die in the cold.
Okay, and it's actually Hoslong to die in cold,
Yes.
right? HOS?
Yep, that was,
That was marked by Celebrite as deleted, was it not?
yes.
All right. And your April 24th, 2023 report goes on to mention 2 deleted calls to Jen McCabe's sister, Nicole, who was saved as Coco in her phone, correct?
I'd have to see it, but I believe so.
Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Showing you what's been marked Y for identification. If you'd familiarize yourself with that and look up at me when you're done.
Okay.
Does that show the 2 deleted calls to Jen McCabe's sister, Nicole, who was saved as Coco in her phone?
I don't know who it's coming from, but it does say it's going to Coco and then again, coming from wall files, correct?
All right. And your report doesn't mention it, but what was the duration of those 2 calls according to that log?
On this sheet here, it says 9 seconds for the first one and then 7 seconds for the other.
All right. And those calls, both of them, which actually had durations, were marked answered by Celebrite, correct?
Yes.
May I offer that, Your Honor?
Do you need
An
both?
objection?
I believe it's already in, but
I'm sorry?
I believe it's already.
Apply for identification.
No, I understand. I believe Ms. McCabe's phone calls and all of that is already marked as an exhibit months ago.
Your Honor, I don't think there's any harm in marking this, and I want to display it.
All right, I'll let you display it if it's already in evidence. I just don't want duplicates.
I understand.
So what I'll do is I'll let you display it, and then, Mr. Lally, at some point you find where this is, and we will mark this like A to whatever
Okay, that makes a lot of
whatever
sense.
the number is.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Bates, if you could display what was.
You ain't seen nothing yet, AJ. Baby, you just ain't seen nothing yet.
And Trooper, with regard to what is displayed on the screen now, is that consistent with what I had just handed to you?
Yes, it is.
All right, and with regard to the first entry there, you had stated that it doesn't say, you said it doesn't say who was making the call. Was that your testimony?
Yes, it just says right here,
Yep.
2. I'm guessing that's the last 4 of the number, since the rest is blurred, and then, yeah, that's it.
Okay, and you know that 0204 last 4 digits, that is to somebody who was listed as Coco in the phone, correct?
I don't know any of these phone numbers or people.
But you previously testified these 2 calls were somebody who was named Coco in the phone.
Oh, yeah, from the sheet you gave me that shows it.
Okay. And the time of the first call was 6:07:42, is that right?
That's correct.
And you testified that that's the one that had the duration of 9 seconds?
Yes.
Listed as answered
Correct.
and deleted, correct?
Yes and no, and I can explain if you'd like.
Listed as deleted, is it not?
There's a reason why.
Is it listed as deleted?
It is, but there's a reason why.
Okay, I know the Yannetti is hard to hear. So there are 2 calls from Jen McCabe to her sister, Nicole Albert, aka Coco. One is at 6:07:42, and it says it was answered. That was right after she called 911, and she's inside the car. 9 seconds long. And then it says it was deleted, and he wants to give an explanation why. The second call is at 6:08 and 17 seconds to Coco. It also says answered. It is 7 seconds long, and it also says it was deleted. Yannetti's not near a mic right now. Nothing I can do.
With regard to the second call, that appears to be to the same number, or at least the same last 4 digits.
Yes.
And in the sheet in front of you, that's also to Coco, correct?
Yes,
And that has a timestamp of 6:08 and 17 seconds, correct?
that is correct.
That also has a duration, and that's of 7 seconds,
Yes.
also listed as answered,
Yes.
and also marked deleted, correct?
Yes, and there's a reason.
And are you aware that Ms. McCabe made other calls that morning, which were in fact marked unanswered by Celebrate?
Again, I'd have to see what you're referring to.
So as you testified to here today, you have no memory as to whether or not she made a number of other calls that were marked deleted, sir?
There are a number of calls that morning. I have not memorized all of them.
Did you review them before your testimony today? Are you in shock and horror that we're actually questioning you about them? In shock and horror?
A document on a computer screen, if you familiarize yourself with it and look up at me when you're done.
Okay.
What does that appear to be, sir?
An incomplete PDF of the call logs from whoever's call log this is.
Oh, he had to
And,
sneak in the word incomplete. Did you notice? He thought he was being so sneaky, but we caught it, Trooperino. We caught it. We see how you look right over at the jury and say an incomplete call log. Because you and all your Zoom classes make you the expert, the be all end all on this
You
one.
see in that PDF that there were a number of calls that were marked unanswered by Celebrate?
Again, I can't testify to any of this because I can't confirm that where this data came from. There's no source file.
Oh, source file important.
This is completely,
Guarino.
it's incomplete. So I do see what you're talking about in that column, but I don't know what any of this data is from or who made this.
Is your name on it?
At the very top,
Is your name on
it
it?
would show my name no matter what, because I created the UFED and the extraction.
You
I
fed
did not
us a whole,
create this PDF.
So the answer
Wait.
to my question is,
I think you fed us a whole lot of BS. And guess what else? You feds are watching. It's too easy. Trooperino, you throw me softballs over here.
your name is on that document, correct?
It is, but I didn't create it.
Right. And with regard to the calls that were marked unanswered, would you agree with me that Celebrate had them with durations of 0 seconds?
Objection.
Can you agree with that? Can you answer that question? If you can, please answer it.
With the data given here, I can't, because like I said, I don't know where they got this from, Your Honor.
So who created that document?
I don't know.
So are you testifying that nobody in law enforcement created that document, or nobody, no forensic expert for the Commonwealth created that document?
I created the extraction and made a UFED reader report, which is basically a portable Celebrate version that I use at the office. I gave that to defense. I don't know who created this PDF version of data.
You gave that to the feds or to defense? Wait, what? We gonna rewind.
Forensic expert for the Commonwealth created that document?
I created the extraction and made a UFED reader report, which is basically a portable Celebrate version that I use at the office. I gave that to defense. I don't know
Defense, I think he said.
who created this PDF version of data with specific things. I did not.
Was it Michael Proctor?
No.
Oh. Was it Michael Proctor? Did you see what he said? No. See that again too. Well, you mean you didn't make your own spreadsheets like Ian Whiffen did? Ian Whiffen just made up his own spreadsheets. He typed them out on his laptop and he submitted them in court. You don't do that? Watch this. Michael Proctor? No.
I don't know who created this PDF version of data with specific things. I did not.
Was it Michael Proctor?
No.
No.
As I said, I was the only one that created
Yep.
any Celebrate related reports in this case.
Well, I'd like
Where's
to ask you
Reno?
some questions about my client's cell phone, sir.
Okay.
On Tuesday, when Mr. Lally was questioning you, he had you point out and read some text messages that were on her phone between John O'Keefe and her, correct?
Those messages were taken from John O'Keefe's phone.
Okay. Would you agree with me when he was pointing out those text messages to you, he skipped about 40 pages of messages at one point?
I don't know. I believe their text messages went back all the way to 2020 or something ridiculous
Right.
in his phone.
He started reading them and he skipped ahead about 40 pages, did he not?
I have no idea.
Michael Proctor seized my client's phone on January 29th of 2022, did he not?
He did.
And you would agree with me that certainly as of 6 days later, your February 4th report, you had not yet been able to access the content of the phone, correct?
That's not true.
At some point, you were able to access the content of the phone, correct?
Yes, on January 31st.
Of 2022,
Yes.
all right? You later became aware that Michael Proctor was searching through my client's phone in August of 22, correct?
The actual device itself or the extraction report?
Either one, sir.
I have, I'm sorry, Miss Reed's phone?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, we
Is
didn't,
it John O'Keefe's phone?
yes, that's why I was
I
confused. Sorry.
apologize. I'm not trying to confuse
Yeah.
you.
Oh,
With regard to my client's phone, which is where we started.
Yeah.
You're aware that Michael Proctor was searching through her phone in August of 2022.
Of the extraction report created, correct.
no. He was looking for
Were
through the
you
phone.
made aware that on January 1st of 2023, the defense requested a full forensic image of Karen Reed's phone, which was in your possession?
I don't know the date, but a request was made for the phone extraction, yes.
And have you seen a forensic image or Celebrate a report of the forensic image from Karen Reed's phone?
The redacted version that I received back from the AG's office, yes.
Okay?
The
And
AG's
would you
office.
Please tell the jurors how many phone calls were deleted from Karen Reed's phone from January 29th of 2022.
None.
The AG's office. He just brought the feds into this, my friends. Did you notice that? He just brought the feds into it. Yeah. You mean the extraction that we got back from the feds? Hold on. From the AG, Attorney General?
How many phone calls were deleted from Karen Reed's phone from January 29th of 2022?
None.
And if you'd please tell the jurors, other than to John O'Keefe, to whom did Ms. Reed place phone calls between 12 a.m. and 4:30 a.m. on January 29th?
Her parents twice. There 2 or 3 times there's calls to her parents, and that's it.
And how many Google searches did she do from 12 a.m. until 5 a.m.?
I don't believe there were any.
And how many Google searches were deleted by Ms. Reed at any point on January 29th of 2022?
I can't speak to that because we got a redacted version of the report, so I don't know what was taken out by the AG's office. I don't know what files they went in to remove, so I only have what I was given.
Dude, why do you keep bringing the Attorney General into this? Jury's not supposed to know about the federal investigation, but you just keep tossing it out there like chum. Like chum in the water. You're just tossing it out there. Mention the Attorney General's office more than one, and jury's going to know something fishy is going on here. See what I did there? Chum, fishy, get it? Wow. Okay.
But leaving that aside, sir, with regard to all of the data that was provided to you, how many Google searches did you see or find that Karen Reed deleted from January 29th of 2022?
A few.
During what time period?
The afternoon. But again, there was artifacts that I found that weren't date and timestamps, and there were some that were with corresponding timestamps, but I can't say for sure when that was done.
Okay. But you saw no deleted calls, correct?
No, not that I know of.
All right. I may have a moment.
Yes.
Somebody said, hey, Melanie, let the man talk. No, we rewind, we stop. This is what we do here. Again, if you'd like to go to Law and Crime and try and survive in the chat over there, you be my guest. Please don't tell me how to run my channel. This is what I'm doing here. That's what I do.
Artifacts that I found that weren't.
All of the data that was provided to you, how many Google searches did you see or find that Karen Reed deleted from January 29th of 2022?
A few.
During what time period?
The afternoon.
She
But
deleted Google
again,
searches?
There was
Karen?
artifacts that I found that weren't date and timestamps, and there were some that were with corresponding timestamps, but I can't say for sure when that was done.
Okay. But you saw no deleted calls, correct?
No, not that I know of.
All right. I may have a moment.
Yes.
Mention the AG twice. Third time's a charm. They taught him in the Zoom class. If you want to emphasize a point, mention something 3 times. Well, here we go. Just briefly, Your Honor.
Mr. Guarino, you were asked about your qualifications as far as certifications that you received in prior trainings, correct?
Yes.
What are some of the areas that you received certifications in?
Cell phone report creation, extraction, cell phone repair, the Berlin Motor Vehicle Forensics, advanced database. The class is called CASA, but it's a Cellbrite-made class that goes deeper into the database searching. SQLite programming to write code to do your own searches, things of that nature.
Now, at any point in time, did Trooper Proctor ever tell you that he retrieved Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone directly from 34 Fairview Road?
No, he didn't.
Is it your understanding, or subsequently did you learn that Kerry Roberts actually recovered the phone from under Mr. O'Keefe's body, from the grass under his body at 34 Fairview Road when he was placed onto a scoop stretcher?
I don't know who recovered the phone that morning, but I know.
Yeah,
I'll
objection.
allow it.
I don't
Your
know.
answer is you don't know who recovered it?
No, I just know that it was found underneath his body and then
Yeah, just let him keep talking. Just let him keep volunteering information. Judge, there's an objection here. Okay?
taken to Canton PD.
You said Trooper Proctor retrieved
Now,
it from the
with
scene at 34
Regard to
Fairview.
that, as far as the location data post 6:15 a.m., what, if anything, did you observe in reference to that?
There was some intermittent native locations that showed at the Canton PD. It's there for a handful of different points, and then it shows it back at our office when I put it into the digital evidence lab, powered on to plug in.
You received the phone from Trooper Proctor. Was that either in airplane mode or Faraday back?
Oh, the
I don't remember offhand.
But there were no locations or GPS locations that you observed from the phone from that approximately 11 something a.m. until you retrieved it or received it, excuse me, at 7:30 p.m. on the 29th?
There's, like I said, there's only the handful that showed it at Canton PD, and then when it's back at the office that night, and then if it wasn't in airplane mode, it would have been something I would have done. So I don't remember if Proctor did it before he gave it to me or if I did it after.
Do you remember if Proctor went in there and deleted any Ring videos on the phone? Do you remember that? Okay, let's clarify. Thanks, Whiskey 77. The AG must have been the taint team. So the taint team must have been at the AG's office and they removed any privileged communications because remember, Proctor said he started going through it and then, he saw some privileged communications with her attorney. So he stopped looking through it. Right. So then they must be the taint team. And I was confusing them with the U.S. Attorney's Office, but that's the clarification there. Okay. Sorry for the confusion.
Now, the other troopers in your unit, in the detective unit with the Norfolk DA's office, are they as well versed on cell phone extractions and cell phone data as you are?
No.
And so again, how many people within your specific unit actually perform data extractions or forensic analysis of cell phone?
Myself, Trooper Connor Keefe, and everyone has been trained in how to use Cellbrite and to do these extractions. They all just sort of dump them on my desk and say, do this phone for me. So
Dump them
now,
on your
as far
desk.
as what you provide to
Dumping something.
one of the investigating troopers, such as Trooper Proctor, can you explain to the jury sort of that process of how what if any differences there are between what you're looking at as far as the device when you're extracting the information and what you provide to the trooper?
So when I plug into Gray Key or Cellbrite or whatever tool I'm using to extract the data, it creates that zip file, and then I open it up in Cellbrite or Axiom. The guys are only trained in Cellbrite, so that's what I open the extractions initially in for them. If there's something that we find that they don't understand and that I want to look more into, I'll load into Axiom as well. But that's normally how it would go.
Now, is there any way from the version or the extraction that you provide to the trooper, is there any way for that or any trooper to change or manipulate that data from what is initially contained on the phone?
Well, in essence, you could, but you'd have to go in. So once I create like that UFED reader, which is the portable case, you would have to go into the folders and then delete stuff, which would change all of the data. And then when I would load it up later, it probably wouldn't work right. But that's why we save the encrypted extraction onto the server. So if anything ever messes up, we can go back and reload it, and I can create whatever reports I need with it.
If anything ever messes
So
up.
from your review of the data,
this
in the
entire
phone in this
investigation?
case, what, if anything, did you observe in regard to any manipulation of data or deletion of data or removal of data from what you observed?
From the encrypted files that we have, none. And then we didn't have passcodes for the phones for John O'Keefe's until the 31st. And then again for Miss Reed's until, like I said, August, once the program was able to open it.
Jeez, it was August. Before we could look for nudes.
Now, you were asking
'Cause,
questions about Mr. Green.
Trooperino was on the group text message chain where Proctor was looking for the nudes. So, I mean, my God, he had to wait all the way until August before they could crack the code and look for nudes. He was in on that text chain. Oh, my freeze frame game is on point. His lips are pursed or his tongue is sticking out. It's hard for me to tell.
Green's affidavit. Following your review of Mr. Green's affidavit, what, if any, steps did you take in relation to what was indicated in there?
So as I said, I didn't really go through the phones much when we first got them. I don't know everything about the cases. The investigators do. So
Oh,
I got his report and I went through it.
you didn't know that you weren't supposed to say in your February 4th, 2022 report that Proctor and Buchanan went to the scene to get the phone, right? You didn't know that part about the case. Nobody gave you the memo on that until when? Oh, right. Right before you testified. Yeah.
And basically just went step by step. So he says, this happened. I went to confirm it. If it didn't, then I need to find out why he was either incorrect or slightly off and either just completely wrong or just misinterpreted the data. And that was it.
And in addition to yourself going through some of the data, who, if anyone, did you contact to assist or to also, in addition, go through the data specifically as it related to the searches for Mr. Case?
So initially, when I first found it, I spoke with Chris Vance of Magnet Forensics. He's their head technical guy for Axiom. He's like their forensic specialist. So he was at the cybercrime conference. I brought him.
I'm going to allow this.
Forensic.
I brought the extraction there and I said, hey, this is what I'm seeing. This is what it parsed out. Why are we seeing it marked this way? And he goes, well, first off, you have to look exactly where it's coming from.
What?
The browser state.
What? Who did he talk to at a conference with him? Hold on. Hold on. Hold the phone. Hold the phone. Rewinding.
Also, in addition, go through the data specifically as it related to the searches for Mr. Case.
McCabe's
So
phone.
initially, when I first found it, I spoke with Chris Vance of Magnet Forensics. He's their head technical guy for Axiom. He's like their forensic specialist. So he was at the cybercrime conference. I brought him.
Cybercrime conference. Chris Vance, the Axiom, what? Rep, the help desk guy, kind of like Ian Whiffen is the help desk guy at Celebrite. So you went to a CrimeCon conference or what did he say? Some kind of cybercrime conference. And now there's an objection because it's hearsay. And he was at the conference. And so now he wants to testify about what this Chris Vance told him about the extraction. This is hearsay.
I'm going to allow this.
Oh, sure.
I brought the extraction there and I said, hey, this is what I'm seeing. This is what it parsed out. Why are we seeing it marked this way? And he goes, well, first off, you have to look exactly where it's coming from. The browser state.
So I'll strike that last part. What-
This is like my whole like hearsay alert face. What? He brought it to a guy at a cybercrime conference and asked him about it because he couldn't figure it out. Okay.
He told you.
Okay. Just reviewing the data, we saw that it came from the browser state DB file and .wall file, I should say, at the end. So it set off a lot of red flags. And then from there, we contacted Cellbrite and ultimately Jessica Hyde.
Wait, so when you called
Ultimately,
Celebrite, did Ian Whiffen answer the phone? Was he the help desk guy that you spoke to when you called there? And then you guys decided to call him as an expert witness because he told you he invented his own software that was better than Celebrite, and Celebrite timestamps were wildly inaccurate. And maybe he was the guy that answered the phone when he called Celebrite for help. And then he kept calling for help because he had no idea what the F he was doing. And they hired two expert witnesses to prove to you, the world, and the jury that Jen McCabe did not make that Google search, which has nothing to do with whether Karen Reed intentionally killed John O'Keefe. Let that sink in.
Mr. Whiffen as well, is that correct?
Yes, that's
Oh, wait,
Jessica
Whiffen, hold
Hyde. From there, we contacted Cellbrite and ultimately Jessica Hyde.
And ultimately, Mr. Whiffen as well, is that correct?
Yes, he came in after Cellbrite. I had reached out to them and they escalated it up and
Oh,
he
he
reached
was
out to us
your
to
guy at
say-
the help desk. He
to help
was.
us.
He was the guy at the help desk that answered the phone when they escalated it. He was the escalation team. Ian Whiffen. That's how they found him. And they tore him away from Celebrite to come in. And when he got on the stand, he threw Celebrite under the bus. And apparently he still works there. So, okay, great. He was your help desk guy. This just keeps getting better and better. Better and better. You can't, Hollywood writers' rooms couldn't script this any better than we are watching this unfold in real time, my friends.
Now, with respect to the health data that you were asked about, again, if you could explain to the jury when something in there in the health data says steps, what exactly does steps mean?
As I said before, the phone is seeing movement. Doesn't necessarily mean you're taking steps. If you have the iWatch paired to it, you're going to get a greater level of accuracy, and I would be more apt to believe that steps are being taken because it's going to also bring your heart rate. So if you're taking a large amount of steps, it's going to correspond.
Now, you were asked a lot of questions on cross-examination about just the health data and just the health data. Why is it that you would look beyond just the health data?
Well, you have the GPS points as well as the health data. We're trying to look at everything together as a whole. You take one artifact and say, well, this means this, but you could have 5 others that disclaim it. So that's why we look at all of this stuff.
Now, from that same information as far as the GPS data, that indicated that Mr. O'Keefe's phone arrived at 34 Fairview Road at 12:25 a.m., correct?
Yes.
Now, as far as the clocks or the 3 different clocks that was presented to you that's now been marked for identification, you indicated that those were not accurate. Is that correct?
Well, the file that it's coming from is not accurate. So it came from a power log file. That's the database it pulled from. So that it's telling you the power of the phone. So when I looked at that, that also shows the battery level. And that's how I was able to show that, or see, I should say, that John O'Keefe's phone never turned off. It dropped down to about 17% battery level. From being under his body, it was actually saved it from dying overnight.
What?
Then it also shows that
When I'm outside in the summer with my phone, it overheats and it won't work. You're telling me that him laying on his phone in sub-freezing temperatures and what you're calling a nor'easter saved his phone? Okay, I need some help on that. Oblivious.
the timestamps of when it gets plugged in and as it goes up. That has 3 different timestamps. That's what that is from. That is not when Waze has started. That is not when the address is put in. That is strictly for the power log. There's nothing to do with anything else.
And so,
Jason, is that Downeaster Alexa?
What, if any, connection to those timestamps in the the document marked for identification Mr. Unetti showed you? What, if any, relationship does that have to the timestamps contained within either the Waze or GPS native locations or anything else that you were testifying about before?
It's literally showing that Waze has been opened and that it's pulling power from the phone, and that is it. That is nothing else.
Now, with regard to, you were asked some questions about Ms. McCabe signing a consent for extraction on February 2nd, 2022, correct?
Yes.
And Ms. Kerry Roberts, she did the same on the same date. Is that also correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Now, the entirety of those extractions from both Ms. McCabe's phone and Ms. Roberts' phones, those were both provided well in advance of the dates the council was indicating, correct?
That is correct.
Now, in regard to the Celebrite extraction, in regard to Mr. Green's affidavit, Celebrite has periodically updates the versions of their software, correct?
That is correct.
And if you could you speak a bit about sort of the update in those versions and how that pertains to this case and specifically Ms. McCabe's searches.
So the initial report that I created with version 7.53 did not have that item to be able to be taken out. I was told by Celebrite that 7.55 was the version that was enabled. Mr. Green used version 7.61. So that's why it presented itself then.
Can I just stop you there for 1 second? The version of Mr. Green.
Dude, you didn't read the script. It revealed itself. Just revealed itself then. Hold on. So Mr. Green is right and you are wrong. Hold on. When I talked to Celebrite, that's what Ian Whiffen told me on the phone from the help desk.
And how that pertains.
Could you sort of give us a
bit about sort of the update in those versions and how that pertains to this case and specifically Ms. McCabe's searches?
So the initial report that I created with version 7.53 did not have that item to be able to be taken out. I was told by Celebrate that 7.55 was the version that was enabled. Mr. Green used version 7.61. So that's why it presented itself then.
Can I just stop you there for 1 second? The version that Mr. Green used, was that available at the time that you did the initial extraction?
No, it wasn't available for like a year later. It was like 10
Oh,
upgrades later.
technology.
Sorry, sir, continue.
So again, he did the extraction. He looked at it, finds this artifact that's parsed out. And then I had to go back in and scramble to say, well, why didn't I see it the first time when that report, why didn't it pull? So I reloaded the 7.53
You scrambled at that point because now you're like, holy crap, I screwed up. I am not very good at my job.
version. It's not there. And then when I loaded into 7.61, it is. So there's just an issue with the software at the time.
Oh, it was
So,
an
sir,
issue
with
with the,
regard
it
to
wasn't
those-
me. It wasn't me. Again, the Shaggy defense, it wasn't me. It was an issue with the software at the time. Okay.
Those Google searches, what if any opinion did you have as to when those Google searches were conducted?
Apparently,
When Ms. McCabe
cold.
told us that it happened at 6:23 and 6:24. And then there was a third one later at 10:35 that, again, if she reopened that browser window, it's going to reload the search.
Ah.
And then that was it. Those are the 3 times that I saw in the phone extraction that were real searches.
So she Googled it again at 10:35 in the morning. 6:23, 6:24, and again at 10:35. Remember, we saw that up on the screen. We were all wondering, what do you mean? She Googled it again at 10:35, and he says now that she could just open up the browser again and it will show as a new search at 10:35 a.m. Really? And so you never saw it at 2:27 because that software wasn't invented yet. Nobody got into your PDFs like Oblivious Benson says and maybe did a little something, something. Hold on. We're going to rewind this. We're only a little behind. No worries. He's explaining why he didn't find the 227 search. He scrambled. And again, he scrambled. It didn't 10 upgrades later. It didn't until a year later. Yeah, he didn't read it right. That's right, Oblivious Benson. He did not read the data right and he got caught and he had to scramble. Here you go.
No, it wasn't available for like a year later. It was like 10 upgrades later.
10 upgrades in a
Sorry,
year.
sir, continue.
So again, he did the extraction. He looked at it, finds this artifact that's parsed out.
Artifact.
And then I had to go back in and scramble to say, well, why didn't I see it the first time when that report, why didn't it pull? So I reloaded the 7.53 version. It's not there. And then when I loaded into 7.61, it is. So there's just an issue with the software at the time.
Oh, it's the software.
So, sir, with regard to those
Not the
Google
interpreter, it's
searches,
software.
what if any opinion did you have as to when those Google searches were conducted?
When Ms. McCabe told us that it happened at 6:23 and 6:24.
When Miss McCabe told us, we trusted her. So we believed her. So that's when we realized that's when it was because she told us this.
And then there was a third one later at 10:35 that,
10:35.
again, if she reopened that browser window, it's going to reload the search. And then that was it. Those are the 3.
But what if she reopened the browser search, wouldn't it revert back to 623? Isn't that what everyone's been trying to tell us? We're being gaslit, bros. We're being gaslit.
times that I saw in the phone extraction that were real searches.
And why is it that you, it's your opinion that they occurred at 6:23 and 6:24 in the morning and not 2:27?
Well, it's physically impossible to search 2 things at once. Her phone, she's searching the daughter's basketball at 2:27, and then she's searching It's Raining Men and a few other things on her phone, listening to music. And I think then she goes to bed a few hours later. So I was told as the
You were told?
defendant asked her to search for those terms, that's when we believed that they were done.
Oh,
far
confirmation
as-
bias. Confirmation bias. For us all, for the world to see. I was told, who told you? I was told that Karen told her to Google it. And so that's when she did it. And therefore, that's what my report says, because that's what I was told. And guess what else she testified to, Trooperino? Jen McCabe testified that when she was in bed, she was Googling the new basketball team that her daughter was asked to join. But guess what? That was not in that Google search. We found that in the Google results because that was like 2 days prior on the 27th. Okay. So I was told that Jen McCabe said that Karen told her to Google it at 6:23 and 6:24. So that's what my report says. Yeah, we got to hear that one more time.
Search for those at the music and oven. And then
And she also was not searching It's Raining Men at 2:27 a.m. when she was in bed. She claims she was Googling that when she was at little Bry's birthday party at 34 before they left there at 1:45. So your info is all wrong. Nobody's telling you the right stuff. Garbage in equals garbage out. It's all garbage. It's all garbage. Listen for yourself. You don't have to believe me. Listen for yourself.
And why is it that it's your opinion that they occurred at 6:23 and 6:24 in the morning and not 2:27?
Well, it's just physically impossible to search two things at once. Her phone, she's searching the daughter's basketball at 2:27, and then she's searching It's Raining Men and a few other things on her phone, listening to music. And I think then she goes to bed a few hours later. So
A few hours later?
I was told as the defendant.
She goes to bed a few hours later after 2:27. Catch that? She goes to bed a few hours later at a few hours later after 2:27. Maybe she never went to bed that night, because isn't that what her Apple Health data says? She was pacing all night. Ooh. Are you throwing Jenny under the bus? Mm-hmm. Yep.
And it asked her to search for those terms. That's when we believed that they were done.
Yes, you believe,
Now,
because
as
that's
far
what she
as,
told you. You can't make this up. It's raining
all
lies.
files, the right-ahead log, having things listed as deleted, if you could just speak a little bit more about that as far as why would something be listed as deleted in a wall file and what does that mean?
Again, the user has no input on how a wall file is deleted. It's an automated thing that the database does to clean up. It auto deletes after either programs are closed, it reaches a max data allotment for that page. That is it.
And that would include any sort of call log history that was contained in the right-ahead log or the wall file as well?
That is correct.
And so what, if any, opinion do you have as to those phone calls that you were showing in relation to the contact listed in Ms. McCabe's phone as Coco, as far as whether or not they were user deleted?
Well, again, what the defense showed me was limited thing. I know should be two other locations that phone call was listed from looking at it myself. So I don't know why they gave me just the two deleted things, but there should be other spots in the database where that phone call was there. So I don't believe that it was user initiated. It was phone initiated.
You don't believe it was, but it could be, right, sir? You don't believe it, what it could be when the walls come crumbling down. Everyone sing along. When the walls come crumbling, when the wall. It's on the playlist, which is pinned to the chat.
And that's in reference to the right-ahead log, sort of first in, first out as far as data that comes in. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, again, as far as your unit was concerned, you were the only one who created any cell-byte reports in relation to any of the phones. In this case, with the exception of the defendant's phone that was created by the Attorney General's office following their extraction of privileged material, correct?
Objection.
So
Yeah.
objection is sustained as to the form. This seems a good
Privileged
place to
material.
stop. So jurors, we'll take the luncheon break. There is a chance that we may be able to go a full day tomorrow. So just think about that at lunch. If there's any emergency that would prevent you from being able to go a full day.
Well, I did plan all of my, things I got to do tomorrow afternoon because, Did she say what time they're coming back?
Yeah, so Mac Apps.
Anybody know what time they're coming back? Can you put it in the chat? Because, let's just taking up enough of this jury's time. Remember, you told them this was going to be a half a day for like 2 weeks or however long. And, maybe they got things like doctor's appointments and things that they need to do with their life tomorrow. I don't know. I'm just saying, maybe could be, right? Could be possible. What, if any, things does the jury have to do? Yeah, there was supposed to be a sentencing tomorrow in Chestnut, right? Right, Chestnut sentencing is at 1 p.m. You're right. She started the break right about 1. Did she say how long she's coming back? 1:45? All right. Her beach pet plans must have fallen through. Yeah, judges should be judging, right? Kamala says, thanks for the super chat. I've been married 41 years. People argue, say things, get over it. Thanks, Kamala. Nina, thanks for the super chat. Is it allowed to change the theory during trial? 12:45. He's going to have to explain to the jury why he's changing it. He said in his opening statement, and we remember because I pointed it out then, that the evidence will show that Karen Reed backed into John O'Keefe at 12:45 a.m. and left him to die in the cold. That's what he said. True Crime with Stephanie Michelle, thank you so much for the 20. I wanted to thank you for sending your amazing community my way for my first live. You truly have the best community on YouTube. I'm so glad you have covered this case. I've learned so much listening to your views. Thank you. Thank you, True Crime with Stephanie Michelle. Go check her channel out. She just started a channel and she said I inspired her to do it. So thank you so much. Rescue Puppy, thanks for the 10. I live in the 4th largest Amish community and I have great cellular signal. Byron Albert was a cop. He could have gotten a signal booster for free from a cellular. Oh, and you know he had it. I completely believe that he had a cell phone booster. He's a first responder. You think he doesn't need good cell phone service at his house? Yeah. Thank you for pointing that out. Brian, thanks for the 2. How come times from their experts don't match? Nothing matches. Nothing matches. One of these things is not like the other. Most of your comments are on point today, Melanie. Thank you, Mo, for your super chat. Chloe Albert's Revenge coming in hot. Trooperino, ask if he can cook. I bet he cooks. Thank you for this. Another super chat. Kalma, thanks for another. You're all over this case. I'm here for it. You remember and explain it all. Best place to watch this trial. Shout out to Uncivil Law. Yeah, he's got some funny recap videos. Thank you, Kamala, again for another super chat. Nina, selective extraction again. Seeing it. We've seen it all over this case. Mirrored videos, selective extractions, all kinds of things. Thanks, Melanie. I live here now, says Aaron Wilcuts. Thank you so much. Ben, thanks for another 5. You would think the phone's accelerometer data would show a hit from 7,000-pound vehicle going 24 miles per hour if it happened. You'd think. You would think. Thanks, Mayor, for being a member for a month. And Lori, Life 360 for the win, for gifting 5 memberships. You're so awesome. Thanks, Melissa Smith. All evidence filtered through his third-party tool should be stricken. His additional layer using API on top of Celebrite decreases data integrity. Wow, you sound really smart, Melissa Smith. You sound like you know what you're talking about. Yeah, Ian Whiffen, all of that stuff that shouldn't have even been allowed in. We thought he was going to come and talk about Celebrite. Instead, he talked about his own software. Ridic. Roxanne, thanks to the super chat. I'm here for the comments, explanations, and snark. Thank you. It's the snark tank. On top. Thanks for always being on top of the super stickers. Chloe Albert's Revenge. People usually object to commentary because they are afraid the intelligence might invade their toxic thought process and change their mind. Listen, anybody who's ever watched me ever would know which side of the fence I'm on here. And if they don't like that, then they need to go. There's some other people that you can watch. Some of them don't even like to show their face on camera. So, you know what they say about great face for radio? Crime Vlog Weekly, time for Karen Reed to walk. London watching. London is calling and London is watching. And hey, Crime Vlog Weekly, thanks for being in the chat. Jam Jar says he loves me. He or she loves me. Thank you for sharing your expertise in creating a safe zone for us. It's my pleasure. It is my pleasure. Melissa says, never mind my super chat. This guy's using extractions which hopefully are from a database level. Also, I wonder if the FBI can use military GPS. Yeah, they don't even need subpoenas or warrants or anything. They just get whatever they want. On top, thank you. It's Her Way or No Way, her channel. We love Her Way. Thank you. Thank you. And you know what? There's about 50,000 others who agree with you. Maybe we're up to 51,000 by now. Thank you, On Top. Thunder Road Queen, just checked my mailbox and found a jury summons for next month's suggestions, if any, if I'm selected. Yeah, serve. Do your civic duty. It's important. It is important. We need people, good people. We need good people on juries. And I would suggest that you go and serve. It's very, very important. Mary, thanks for the 2. Cannot wait until the defense witnesses testify. I know. I can't wait for them to start their case either. What's going on? Yeah, what's up? What's going on? I think we have what's going on the playlist, yeah? I think we do. What's up? 4 non-blondes, good. So if he shut off Waze because he knew where he was or they were approaching, that would end the time sooner, correct? Double trouble, I think. But nothing is accurate in the world of, we're not in Canton anymore, people. We're not in Canton, Toto. Toto, we're not in Canton anymore. Vanny Annie, make it make sense. Vanny Annie, I wish I could make it make sense. I wish I could. But we're all in the Twilight Zone together. Either that or we've all taken the same hit of blotter and having the same trip. Just saying, what a long, strange trip it's been. And it's not even over yet. Thanks, Mama 4 Rose, for the super sticker. Appreciate you oh so much. David Reese, thanks for the 10. Hoslong to die in cold was the first search. If at 10:33 it reverted to the search, it would have been the second search. We got to go back and look at that extraction again and see what the exact search was at 10:35. You're right. Justice Collector, thanks for the 20. Mel, I'm so happy I found you. I just realized that you were the voice that I've had in my head all my life. I love that. I love that. Believe it or not, Jen, I get that a lot. I do get that a lot. People say, you are saying exactly what I'm thinking. I'm just a girl in the world. Love your super stickers, girl. EM, thanks for keeping the memory of Boston Police Officer John O'Keefe at the heart of this. Great coverage and legal commentary. Yes. And there's nothing about this that is funny in any way, shape, or form. Nothing about this is funny. Sometimes people use humor as a way to sort of deal, right, with things. And so I try and inject some humor into this because if I don't, we will all be crying every day. And so I am not mocking this process in any way. I want John O'Keefe's memory to be alive, but I believe that justice for John O'Keefe means finding out what really happened to him, not putting an innocent woman in prison for life because of a crap investigation. Just going to set up the afternoon stream so we can teleport on over. Today's day 28, right? We're going to schedule that for 1:45, and then I just got to set up the teleportation. So give me a minute. This is like insane. And we're still here, but we're all on the same trip together. So at least there's that. There's some comfort in that anyway, right? I mean, thanks, Dee, for becoming a new member. And thank you to Mindy for being a member for 4 months. Jen McCabe has been proven to be a liar, and the whole case is based on what she said. Yes, that is 100% correct. The whole case is based on what she told everybody. And then when she got on the stand, remember, she changed her testimony. Never has she ever testified anywhere that she heard Karen say, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, until she got on the stand today. Not today. She got on the stand during this trial. That's when she started saying that. And you know, because we've been through it all. We've been through it all together. All the stuff and things, all of the crazy prior testimony, inconsistent statements, all that jazz. Maybe we should put that on the playlist, all that jazz. That's a great tune from a musical. I love musicals. Chicago is the name of that musical. But yeah, and the Commonwealth has spent most of their time trying to prove Jen McCabe had nothing to do with this. They have spent more time and money on the McCabes and the Alberts than they have on proving what or who or how police officer John O'Keefe died. We still don't have a cause of death, and we're 28 days into this. And it's a circus, and it is the gaslighting queen, and it is nonsense. This is such a nice chat. Misty and Eddie. Misty and Eddie are still going steady in the summer of 75. Bomp, bomp. There's a Billy Joel tune for you. Jen was like the dominatrix of this case. OMG, so true. All right, listen, everyone, we're going to take a break. We're going to give the mods a break. It is 1:26. We're going to come back. I set it for 1:45. We're probably going to come back a few minutes early. When I hit end stream, you will be teleported over to the afternoon stream. Hit the like button on your way out of here so that you can hit your like button on the way into the afternoon stream so we can all get up, take a little break, do some things and stuff, get ourselves another drink, and come right back. We'll be right back. Safe travels, my friends. See you on over. See you on the other side. It's David Gray tune. Great tune. Bye. Safe travels.